Hey there, folks. This is Lucifer LeGivorden. Welcome to tonight's show. We still have some guests that are coming in. So here in just a minute, I will be introducing everybody as they come in. Tonight's show is going to be very interesting. We have a lot of ground to cover in tonight's show. Thank you all for joining us. And as you come in, please feel free to comment and let us know things. If you want to be on the show and you are an STS clergy member or whatnot, you can go into our back-end systems. I have posted the invite link, and of course you can jump on board then. Until then, just let us know. We can see your comments, and yeah. So tonight's show spawns from, of course, the recent ongoing events of where we have been showing everybody that Anton LaVey was not actually an atheist. In tonight's events, we are going to be taking that a step further. Now, it's going to be a bit of a long show, and I hope everybody has fun. We hope that we're going to be having fun. I want to going to go ahead and introduce our first two guest speakers who are with us currently, and then we will get moving into things. So, as everybody knows, Brett Keene is with us again. Say hello, Brett. And of course, he's not speaking. He must be in the middle of doing something.
I'm doing some processing right now. I'm almost done, but hello, everyone.
All right. And we have a Daniel with us who was on the Brett Keene show with an STS member the other day. Hello, Daniel.
Hey, how's it going? How is it going? It's great to be on the show. What do you like to go by the way, Lou or
LeGivorden? I
LeGivorden.
usually go, LeGivorden. Or if you have trouble pronouncing it, you can just call me Leggy or Lucifer or whatever.
Leggy, probably, if that's all right.
All right. Apparently, Grand Archon King Blackfire, he is listening, but he is not at home, so he's having trouble jumping into the show, whatnot. So he's the Grand Archon, whatnot. So we will continue on, and if he has anything to say, we have multiple Grotto Masters coming into the comment section now. So yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, so tonight's show, we will be continuing on with the ongoing discussion of Anton LaVey not being an atheist. I know Brett and I have been presenting this quite a bit. Daniel, how does it make you feel when you hear Anton LaVey literally say something like this?
Well, certainly you're right. The concept of God has given the world much beautiful music, many beautiful works of art, and certainly I feel God exists, but the name for God, of course, is different for many different people.
How does that make you feel?
Well, I had to turn the sound off or turn the sound on in order to hear all of it, so I missed the first about 5 seconds because I thought maybe it was you that needed to unmute it. What did he initially say?
Well, let me go ahead and replay that for you. It's
Okay.
only 18 seconds long.
Well, certainly you're right. The concept of God has given the world much beautiful music, many beautiful works of art, and certainly I feel God exists, but the name for God, of course, is different for many different people.
Interesting. Well, I have a feeling that the name that he would give for God would be Lucifer or Satan, not Yahweh, not the God of Christianity. But do you think
Actually,
I'm wrong about
we
that?
have a very different name for the Christian God, and that would be Yaldabaoth.
Okay, but that's not the God he's talking about, right?
Actually, he's talking about God.
Interesting.
The Christian God, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's...
Daniel. He actually says in some of his clips the Judeo God, so he's definitely talking about the God of the Bible.
Yeah.
Certainly interesting.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll be showing a little bit later on clips from various of his some of his various books, and we will be going into a very unique trick that people can use PDF files with to prove our points. And we're also going to be showing a little something different. But one of the things that I'll show while we're doing that is that at the beginning of the chapter in the Satanic Bible, Wanted, God, Dead or Alive, he literally says, and I quote, "It is a common misconception that Satanists do not believe in God." Um, that's literally in the Satanic Bible, and it's something that a lot of church Sataners try to gloss over, and they try to Satan-splain a lot of different things. So we're going to be doing a few things in that. Now, before we get going any further, you haven't been on our show before, so some of our people don't know too much about you. They saw how you kind of went to work on Black Metaler the other day, and that's about their only interaction with you. Could you go ahead and give us an introduction about yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure, man. So obviously my name's Daniel. I was an atheist until I was about 28, 29. Very passionate atheist, especially.
And you're a Christian now.
Daniel, your audio went out.
That atheists really had nothing morally to offer. And I started to understand that if we eroded our Christian values from society, we'd probably be in a very bad place. I still think that we're probably about 5 to 10 years away from the normalization of, well, maybe I shouldn't say the name of it because we're on YouTube or whatnot, but the normalization of adult children.
I don't censor people here, and I personally am not monetized on YouTube, so there's really not much that they could do to hurt me there.
Okay. Perfect.
I don't like to censor people. So if you want to go ahead and say something, you're more than free to say it. Really quickly, before you continue, Kane Blackfire has joined us. How you doing, Kane?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm home now.
Okay. That's good. So it's great to have you. Daniel's just introducing himself, so we will be getting going on things here in just a minute there, bud.
It sounded like you were about to mention, Daniel, the normalization of pedophilia in society.
Yes, I think that we're pretty close to that. Maybe 5 to 10 years from it. But
they're definitely trying to do that. And, that's something that a lot of people mistake Satanists for wanting. I mean, actual real Satanists. I'm not talking TST. Hey, Sarah. I'm not talking about TST or anything like that. I'm talking like real Satanists. We find that reprehensible. Part of our laws and dictates is that you are not to harm a child at all. And we understand that morality can be a vastly different thing for many different people, and that's one of the reasons why we flat out say in our Lex Satanicus that morality is a lie. It's not that we're saying that it is wrong. We're not saying that it doesn't exist. It's just it's a lie in the way that most people understand it. Go ahead, Kane.
Oh, I don't have nothing to say. I'm just listening at the moment until I'm ready to rip in.
Okay, go ahead.
Could I just finish real quick?
Go ahead.
So, yeah, when I got to the age of about 28 or 29, I realized that atheism really leads to absurdity and contradiction. It can't account for obvious things like objective morality, even though some atheists do say it can. I don't believe it can. I tried to justify it for 4 years and completely failed. So I just realized that atheism was not only absurd as a worldview, but it literally leads to contradiction having to do with knowledge. And so when I realized that atheism can't be true, I realized God must exist. And after that, I still wanted to sin for another 3 months because I was totally addicted to pornography and stuff like that. But eventually I got down on my knees and gave my life to God because I knew that if God existed, he was the good guy. And if he's good, why wouldn't I be serving him? And I've been a Christian ever since. And recently I've started ministry on Twitter where I talk to atheists because I understand them. And so I've been doing that for the last about year or so. And
Okay.
I also wanted to say real quick that about my conversation with the other Satanist, I wasn't trying to take him to task or anything. I apologize if that's how it seemed. I didn't even know that he was going to be in there having a conversation with Brett. I just remembered that Brett said that he wasn't feeling very good, and I remembered that he was doing a
Yeah.
show, and I wanted to
Well,
go in and
yeah,
I
no,
didn't mean to take him
it's
to task
perfectly
at all. So.
understandable, Daniel. No one's upset about it or anything. Black Metaler, he did the right thing, and when he came on, he stated that he was only a basic member of STS, and a lot of people like to do, and we've seen a lot of Christians do this in the past, and I don't think they all realize that they do it, but when a person is young like that, and I know Black Metaler is watching right now, and he knows that I'm not like trying to take him to task myself on this, but he's a good example. That young people in religion doesn't just need to be Satanism. It can be Wicca, it can be Christianity. They're all gung-ho about it, but they may not be in the best position to speak publicly about it. And when you start encountering somebody who, like yourself, is much more well-versed or much more seasoned and experienced, it can be sort of like leading them around like a puppy on a string. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And if I gave the impression of doing that, I do apologize because that wasn't my intention at all. I was genuinely curious and I really wanted to talk to you. I was wanting to
Yeah,
talk to you.
unfortunately, I tried to keep my stuff to the end of the week, middle to end of the week. That gives me time to set up, and I'm also busy writing a lot of books and whatnot. And when I get into this type of stuff, especially like tonight, it took a lot of double checking, a lot of searching, a lot of research to go back through and pull up things and get things ready. And so, yeah, I tried to keep my stuff towards the end of the week, and then later on in the evening, on most nights, we definitely have family time in the evening time. So once my fiance, my lady friend, gets off work, we definitely tend to just like say no more of the outside world. We go with family time for dinner and whatnot. Joining us now is Abaddon Fireborn. He is our Florida Grotto Master. Say hi, Abaddon. Okay. I don't know if his mic is a very good mic. Let's hear your mic.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, man.
All right. So, you haven't been on the show before, Abaddon. It's great having you. Can you go ahead and really quickly tell everybody about yourself a little bit?
Florida Grotto Master, priest inside of the STS, theistic Satanist, walking my path for over 30 plus years. Yeah, living in Florida.
Cool. Yep,
Have a
it's
family.
great having you. Yeah. That's another thing that a lot of people don't realize about a lot of us is we are family. We do have families. We have kids. We have jobs and everything. So, yep. All right. So we're getting going here. Welcome everybody, and we've got a good turnout and viewers and everything. It's great to see everybody. I want to say hi to everybody in the comments out there watching on Twitter, Rumble, Facebook, and YouTube. Yeah. So, Brett, you have a bit of an audio for us from Michael Aquino. Can you go ahead and send that on through?
Sure, I can get that for you.
We're getting all the small little potatoes out of the way before we start really getting things going into the very interesting stuff. So here's an audio by Michael Aquino.
Let's go over the period where you essentially broke away from the Church of Satan and formed the Temple of Set. Let's go into that now.
Really quickly before we get into this, Brett, what can you tell us about this audio?
Well, from what I get, it's talking about the history of how the group kind of separated and what the conflict between him and Anton was. But he spends a lot of time, especially at the beginning, talking about how him as well as Anton had theistic views about the concept of God and Satan. So again, it gives you more solid evidence that Anton was a theist, as well as the members who took the Church of Satan seriously at this time.
Yeah. Really quickly, I'm going to go on record here and point out to everybody that Church of Satan members hate Michael Aquino because of the 1975 schism, and they do everything that they can to discount and, dissuade anybody from listening or reading any of his material. They try to basically undermine him and say he is not a viable source of information. With that in mind, let's go ahead and quickly
One last thing. According to the same audio file, if you guys all out there listen very carefully, you will hear towards the end of it that one of the daughters of Anton actually obliged him and said that everything that he said was true. You will hear that towards the end.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, he definitely made peace with the LaVey family, with Zena, with Carla, with Stanton, and with Sharon LaVey. Sharon LaVey has been given an invite tonight, along with a few other bigger name Satanists, so they might be jumping in at some point in the future.
Well, the Church of Satan, as I mentioned before, had a couple of features. One, it was very sincere about itself. It was not a hypocritical institution. It worshipped the devil, the Judeo-Christian Satan, but it understood this as a principle opposed to the randomness of non-conscious nature, what you might call the objective universe. This was a principle of individual consciousness apart from that totality of nature. So that totality of nature is what people personalize as God or Jehovah, or collectively as natural gods. And in ancient Egypt, they were known as the Neteru, from which we get our modern word nature. So Satan, as we understood him, was the principle of consciousness opposed to this or distinct from it, which is how each of us is an independent, conscious individual who can look out at everything that surrounds us, have an opinion about it, take a stand about it, study it, and generally have a perspective concerning it. So that is how we understood this principle of Satan. And if you were talking about sin, it was not that he was somebody who was evil. His sin was separateness, that he had broken away from being just simply a non-conscious part of this large universe and was now outside of it as a conscious entity. So that separateness was what we were focusing on and worshiping. It had nothing to do with simplistic morality per se. And indeed, I would have to go on and say that the Church of Satan was actually intensely moral, because we didn't come up with excuses for bad behavior, such as the devil made me do it, or I was forced to, or something like that. We always maintained this position that you are completely responsible for every decision you make and every deed you do, and the only person who's going to be on the hot seat for it is not the devil or somebody else, but you. So we had, if anything, a very strict moral atmosphere in the Church of Satan that way. And as I mentioned earlier, our other stance had to do with hypocrisy, that we felt that society generally had an overdose of hypocrisy, and institutional religion also had an overdose of hypocrisy. So we were very adamant that we were going to be honest and sincere in the stances that we took. So what happened was that in 1975, Anton LaVey suddenly made a decision which he announced to me and expected for me to put in the newsletter, that the degrees, the initiatory degrees of the Church of Satan were going to henceforth be available for cash contributions and donations, as well as personal achievement and attainment and study. And
really quickly, I'm sorry for interrupting that. That's a very interesting point. It's a common misconception that people tend to have to thinking that Aquino broke away from the Church of Satan over the belief in theism. This is a narrative that Gilmore and the modern Church of Satan likes to spin. The truth of the matter is that Anton LaVey in 1975 actually, unfortunately, started doing some shady things, and just as Dr. Aquino stated, he was wanting to literally sell the priesthood, clergy positions for cash contributions, gifts, and whatnot. And according to our current Texas Grotto Master, who is a former Church of Satan member, and everything, he has confirmed that pretty much Peter Gilmore and Peggy Nadramia are doing something very similar with an Amazon gifts. You can send Amazon gifts to Peter Gilmore and whatnot, and he will give you ranks if you send enough gifts to him, which is pretty shady. That being said, let's go ahead and continue with this.
I went back to him and I said, I think I misunderstood you here, because you can't say that you just buy a degree, or buy the priesthood. And he said, well, that's exactly what I do want. I do want contributions to the church, and I want to be able to award the priesthood and other degrees in exchange for those. And I said, you can't do this. I said, this puts a lie to everything that we're in. It makes a mockery of the priesthood. It makes a mockery of our integrity. And he said, basically, shut up and print it.
Ooh.
I said, I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
I can't do that. I said, if that's the choice that you leave, I'm going to have to resign. And I did, and it caused me an enormous amount of shock and personal pain. And the details of all this, including all the correspondence at that time, is related in my book called The Church of Satan, which is a history of that institution. It's also in print. And to make a long story short, I told
really quickly, we will be actually looking at one of the chapters in that very book queued up in this very live stream.
I told the church generally why I was leaving, and almost everybody left with me, and together we formed the Temple of Set and continued it forward as an organization of strict integrity, which it has remained ever since. That's how the Temple of Set came to be founded.
Very nice. And
the name change, came about because at the time, one of the problems that we had always run into was that the term Satan was, of course, an invention originally of Judeo-Christianity, going back to the original Hebrews. And it was, by definition, a negative term and an evil term. And despite the fact that we had put a positive interpretation on it, in the tradition of people like John Milton and Mark Twain and others who had focused on the heroism and the nobility of it, it still was sort of stuck as a negative term, as symbolic of evil and badness. And despite the fact that we had worked against that, we were always sort of pushing uphill on that. So one of the things that we did in 1975 was to completely discard the entire Judeo-Christian iconography altogether and go back to ancient Egypt, where we found Set as the ancient Egyptian symbol of this same independence of spirit that we were interested in. So that's how the name change and the context change, and it turned out very well, because it enabled us to keep going forward without having to deal with any of those old stereotypes.
Understood. And were you able to ever hash things out with Anton?
No, unfortunately not. It was a very shocking, a very unhappy, and a very sad parting of ways for me. Over the years, I occasionally would send him letters in which I hoped that some kind of reconciliation might be possible. I wanted him to be able to see what we were doing with the Temple of Set, that it was not done as some kind of a power grab, but it was done simply as an active preservation of principles. And I also, of course, that book that I referred to, The Church of Satan, which is another huge book. It's a 2-volume book. It's about 1,000 pages long, and again, about the size of a phone book, also available on Amazon. I started writing that as a comprehensive history of the church in about 1982, and I've been revising it and updating it since then until it's reached its final form, which is the one published today and available on Amazon. And all the way along, I would send him copies of the current edition and say, if there's anything in here that you think is unfair or unjust or not representative of the truth, please let me know, and I'll be happy to address it. And he never did, nor did Diane, his wife.
Oh, that's terrible.
Or Carla or Zena, his daughters, for that matter. And many years later, when I became friends with Zena again, she essentially endorsed the book, said, yes, everything in here is quite fair and quite correct, and, that's the way it was. So that's it. I had always sort of hoped, kind of wistfully, that we might be able to reconcile somehow with Anton before he reached the end of his time here.
Right.
That just simply wasn't to be. It would have been a lot of fun if he could have attended one of our international gatherings, been a guest speaker and gotten an honorary membership and gotten a standing ovation and all that. Kind of one of my dreams. It just didn't happen.
So thank you for that, Brett. That was actually really enlightening in a lot of things. Let's go around the table and hear what everybody here has to say about that. Okay, go ahead and start.
First of all, I would like to say that Dr. Aquino was one of the most brilliant minds to ever exist in the satanic world, and he is greatly missed. And his work, however, will continue to inspire and create new Satanists. But I will say that the buying of the priesthood is a complete mockery. I mean, you wouldn't expect to walk into a church and just go, well, I've read the Bible once. I'm going to give you $1,000. Let me just start preaching to your congregation. No one in their right mind is going to do that.
Way.
It does not
at all.
It does not. No. And that the fact, exactly, and the fact that the Church of Satan itself does that as well is a complete mockery to everything that has ever been done in Satanism, including other various branches. It's just degrading to us. It's not. There's nothing favorable in buying your way into anything. I mean, you have to earn it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Abaddon, what's your take on that audio? Oh, he's going to go off. I see that smile.
The selling of the priesthood is a disgrace to our lineage. Any serious temple degrees should be earned. Yeah, that was one of the major disdains that I had against the COS, besides many more. Their mundane atheistic ploy that they want to reflect upon society to say that this is who we are is disgusting. Yeah, the selling and just the advancement, it needs to stop.
It's favoritism. It's brown nosing, in my opinion.
Pure. Even that retard Gilmore, he bought his way into the priesthood.
Yeah. We've been tracing things back, and yeah, that's another thing is that according to people on the inside who was there at the time, he paid Blanche Barton $500 to buy the Church of Satan.
Their atheistic, mundane standpoints need to be abolished.
Yeah.
And we need to return back to bedrock. I can go on
I know you can go on, dude. And I know you're holding back because I've heard you go off and you're being really, really nice. You're not shouting or yelling. You're
Proud of you, man. Keeping it together. Proud of you.
Yeah.
They're an embarrassment and a disgrace to our path.
Yep. Thank you for that. Daniel, how does listening to that interview with Michael Aquino, from your standpoint as I guess you're a born again Christian. I'm not sure how to
that's fine.
I'm not sure how to describe you, but as a Christian, what when you hear that information, how would that make you feel if that was somebody talking about something that happened in your church?
I think I would be incredibly conflicted. It seems like you guys have a lot of respect for Anton LaVey, pretty much up until this point. That's the impression I've got from what I've heard from all of you. And to hear that he was willing to sell the priesthood, it seems like that would be something that would really be conflicting. And, it seems like, assuming that you guys are on the level and everything, that that would feel like a betrayal that he was doing that, and you would naturally want to side with Michael Aquino. But I could see why you wouldn't want to really divide the house at all. I know I wouldn't want to see my church split. If I had a pastor and a deacon that I both loved and respected, and they had a disagreement, and my pastor started doing things that were shady like this, it would just be really, really painful emotionally. I mean, it would just not be something I would ever want to see in my church. So it seems like this would be a great source of pain and turmoil from just looking at it and what I've heard.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting messages and whatnot. One of our guests is not going to be able to make it tonight. Sorry about that. No, I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. It is a source of pain, and it definitely is something that causes a lot of problems. It's something that is reprehensible on the most fundamental level, that anything like this could even happen. And we're going to be diving into it pretty seriously here tonight and showing that it goes much deeper than that. So, Brett, when you first heard that interview, what did you think of it?
Well, I thought of the interview, and I also thought about your circumstances as well as some of your friends, and realized how absolutely offended I would be. Because at this point, from all that I've heard from Anton in this recording, you guys are the real deal. But you got an atheist group who's telling you guys that you're the garbage, you're the trash, and we're going to keep profiting off of something that you believe has substance and spirituality and consciousness to. It's deeply offensive. If somebody were to come along, an atheist group, and take over like a denomination of Christianity and say, oh, we're atheists, Jesus never actually existed, he wasn't real. And
they did try right in Anton's time. He actually spoke about it. Right. And yeah, he actually spoke about that right in the Satanic Bible. It was the only 2 times in the Satanic Bible that he mentioned atheism. He was talking about Christian atheists. They were infiltrating the Catholic Church. They were infiltrating other denominations. And yeah, they actually did try that. But if I remember, Christianity was pretty quick to crack down on that and force them out.
Right, exactly. But
go ahead, Kane, really quickly.
Go ahead.
So the Vatican does allow that.
The Vatican does allow Christian atheism.
Yes, it does. You can be the Pope and be an atheist. They don't give a shit.
How the fuck does that work?
Because you're still serving the church and you're serving God in one way or another. There are plenty of priests that will tell you they are atheists, but they still serve the church because it does well for the community and it does well for the world. But they still do it. I'm sure there are other churches that do the same thing. Like, I'm not trying to talk crap.
Hypocrisy to me. That's absolutely.
It's true though, but that's like people like, I'm not saying Joel Osteen is an atheist, but a lot of preachers that are at his level usually are, and all they care about is the money, and they will eventually at some point in their career come out and say something about it.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
So I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. It wouldn't actually surprise me if Joel Osteen was more on your side than he is on mine, frankly. But I also wanted to say that I have a lot more respect for you guys than I do for atheists. And I think the LARPing atheists that are calling themselves Satanists are the worst kinds of atheists, because
referring to the Satanic Temple, of course.
Right. Yeah, the LARPers, right? That's the most embarrassing in my view.
It really is.
Yeah.
I think anyone who uses religion
totally...
to gain money is bad.
And of course, Daniel, you got Abaddon cracking up over there because, oh my God, he fucking, I can tell you right now, he absolutely despises the Satanic Temple. You want to see that man go off, get him talking about Satanic Temple.
Yeah, I mean, I would despise them too if I was a Satanist. But I just wanted to say, to me, the way I see it is there's a war. And there's the people that are on Satan's side, and then there are the Christians, and then everybody else is just kind of lost in the sauce. And I respect the people that actually understand that there is a war way more than I respect the people that are lost in the sauce. And Satanists, at least real Satanists like you guys, that there's a war and you've picked a side, and I have a respect for that. I don't really respect people that don't believe in anything, that don't even know that anything's going on and aren't actually even fighting, So I have a lot more respect for you guys, for Satanists and all that, than I do for all these other atheists.
Thank you for that. I'm pretty sure I can speak on behalf of my organization that's something that we definitely appreciate. We're not always the biggest fans of Christianity ourselves. I know certain members of Satanic Thilian Society have said some pretty mean things about Christianity and enjoy, some pretty anti-Christian stuff. Whether or not I like that or not. But I can tell you right there, they have a lot more respect for a Christian, a theistic Christian, who is devout in their faith and genuinely a good person at heart than they would for an atheist who just mouths whatever, just plays lip service to the general public.
Yeah, it's a lot of virtue signaling coming from them, and they really don't have anything to back it up as far as foundation wise. So it's very true. But yeah, it's just something that I've studied a lot, occultism and Satanism and stuff like that. I mean, it's something I could spend another 40 years going down rabbit holes and still.
It's a really interesting subject. I mean, even when I was a kid, I was really into the study of all the dark, mysterious stuff. I was definitely a fan of Hammer horror movies. And it was always fun watching that stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a rabbit hole that a lot of people will go down and definitely find pretty interesting. It's a very rich topic, and it's just as rich as Christianity. On a personal level, I find the study of Christian literature very enriching. Of course, I don't limit myself to just one type of Christian literature. I have copies of the Quran, the Bible, the Book of Mormon, and numerous other texts too, but I also have STS, we hold a huge occult library. I mean, our PDF library for Satanism alone is absolutely massive, and so yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to finish with this. I mean, we've been talking about the money issue, the hypocrisy, but there's also something even darker and more horrible in all this. It's the emotional and spiritual damage it can do to a person. Why do people go seeking religion? Because they seek spirituality, they seek answers, they seek to have their soul fed, to find out if there's more to the universe than just this. And whether they're going to Satanism or Christianity, if they run into the wrong guy or wrong woman who damages them, it's scars that won't heal anytime soon. And they may never return or give anybody a chance.
Yeah, it really is. And that's the thing that any religion needs to be very careful about. One of the things that differentiates Satanism from Christianity is, and this is something that a lot of occultists like about Satanism, and generally most occultists and pagans and whatnot follow the same dictate, is unlike Christians, we don't go ministering to the public. We don't feel the need to. We stick to ourselves, and if somebody wants to learn about us, they can make the effort to come to us to learn about us. Certainly at no point in time will we ever be the largest religion in the world. Currently, Christianity takes up 1/3 of the human population on the planet. Go ahead, King.
Made me think about, was quite some time ago, I watched an interview between, I can't remember the preacher's name, but he interviewed the Church of Satan members quite often. He still does stuff to this day, and I can't remember his name for the life of me. But I remember him.
You're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. And he said to Shrek, Michael Shrek, while he was on there.
Nicholas Shrek.
Well, Nicholas Shrek, that's his name. That why don't you guys convert people? Don't you think everybody should be in Satanism? And isn't that kind of the point, to corrupt as many souls as you can? And he blatantly said, no, we don't want people that are wishy-washy. We do not want people that are weak-minded. Satanism is not for everyone. Satanism is for the strong. It's for the powerful. And
I think
it
that's
is not
one of
cut
the
out
most
for everyone.
offensive things about TST, is that TST is trying to recruit as many people as possible. And most TST members have not even read the Satanic Bible. As a matter of fact, some of them, a lot of them actually, have never even heard of Anton LaVey. They didn't even know that any of this existed, which I find absolutely mind-boggling.
He blatantly told the guy, he goes, we don't want everyone. We want those who are strong enough to walk in Satan's light, not those who will jump back and forth or are seeking a cushion, loving, tender religion. It's not for them, and they shouldn't even
definitely try. It's not for them at all. And one of the we can even hear Anton LaVey's own words. I got a clip here that would shock most Christians really quickly. And this clip also goes towards a little something else that the current Church of Satan likes to run around and say. They like to say that there's no occultism, that there's no spirituality, that there's no magic practices or rituals in Satanism, and that there never was. Well, then explain the Satanas, the Devil's Mass, where they're doing occult rituals. And then Anton LaVey says this.
We perform human sacrifices by proxy, you might say, the destruction of human beings who would, let's say, create an antagonistic situation towards us in the form of curses and hexes.
Curses and hexes. Now, I'm going to add a little bit more clarity there. I could have extended that clip out where LaVey makes it clear that we don't actually throw people on the altar and stab them with a knife. We don't do that. But certainly if a person irritates us enough, if they cause us enough strife and pain, they will, we are not hesitant to throw a curse at them and vent our anger and rage. And these curses have resulted in people dying. Diane Haggerty, in the same, just before that, actually explains what a curse is meant to do in Satanism.
We didn't want to naturally, and never would have unless we had really been forced to do it. We put a generalized curse on all those who helped to get rid of Togar, and they've either, a curse will do one of two things. It will either destroy or rehabilitate, and that's exactly what's happened.
So, destroy or rehabilitate. So a curse doesn't always necessarily mean it's going to kill a person, but it could also destroy their life in general, and or if they learn from the mistake, they'd be rehabilitated and seek to endeavor to not make that mistake again. So certainly we do occult traditions and rituals and whatnot.
You guys got your own form of positive spells, like something that can actually help somebody?
Yes, we have. There's three basic satanic rituals, Brett. There is the compassion, which is your positive ritual. That's when, like, say you have a sick family member or loved one, or there's certain problems or whatnot. This is a ritual that you can do to send positive energy their way and help things kind of take a turn in their favor, so to speak. And we have the destruction ritual, which is our version of a curse. There's many different versions of destruction rituals. Anton LaVey taught how to utilize voodoo dolls for certain things, where they could yell and scream and stick pins in the doll. You can also use photos and do other things, burn a piece of paper with a person's name on it. Of course, if you can get a bit of their body, like a fingernail clipping, a clipping of hair, or a droplet of their blood, you can do a much more potent, powerful curse. But usually a name is all we need in order to do that. And then there is the final type of ritual that we can do, which is called the lust ritual. I think the name of that kind of explains it all and what you're seeking for with that one.
Can I ask a question about this?
Go ahead.
So I'm really curious. Do you guys consider yourselves right hand or left hand?
We're left hand path, definitely. There's nothing cushy or nice. We're a very elect few, and we definitely don't. We're not here to collect huge, big numbers of people. I believe currently Ordo Satanis, which was Stanton LaVey's organization, has roughly about the same group of number of members as us, which was under 50 members. And then some of the more genuine, larger organizations like Temple of Set limit to their actual active membership to under 100 members. But then you have organizations such as the Satanic Temple that try to brag about having over 2,400 members in the Boston Commons area alone, but only less than 800 shows up to their event. That's sort of funny, especially when that event is literally right down the street from them. So it shows the difference in economy. Go ahead, Kane.
I was going to say, we're as far left-handed as you can get. Some of us aren't as left-handed. Some of us still kind of walk in between worlds, but for the most part, the heads of the organization, everything above a third degree, I would say we're as left as it can get. You can't get any darker than us.
I mean, couldn't you like be doing stuff like child sacrifice, like Aleister Crowley was doing?
That's a myth.
There's no actual recording of him doing that, and it is strictly prohibited to hurt children. You are to protect children at all causes, and it's one of our satanic tenets, and it's one in STS we take very, very seriously.
Yeah, if you look at the satanic rules of the earth, the 11 rules of the earth, and you can, this is something you can actually go to the Church of Satan website and look up. It says, "Do not harm little children." We definitely.
No, I won't say there aren't groups out there that pretend to be Satanists that have hurt children, that have hurt people. I'm sure that has happened, but there is no organization that has ever had anything like that, any charges pressed or anything recorded. I know people say in Freemasonry, I myself am a 32nd degree Mason, well, was, I'm no longer a Mason, but people would say that the Freemasons would sexually abuse people and hurt people in rituals. And I can honestly tell you that is some of the most boring shit I have ever done in my entire life. There is nothing that could even, they talk more about God than they do anything else. It is so Judaic, it is ridiculous. And I was Knights Templar at one point, and that's literally as high as you can go. And they are just as boring. The whole thing is boring. It's old men that get together that don't want to be near their wives, so they pay a fee, they get together, they bullshit, they eat, and they go home. That is the extent of what Freemasonry is. Freemasonry is not this secret society that they make it look like, and how people think that they're part of the Illuminati. It's all bullshit. It's bullshit. I even have a certificate that can prove that I was the highest order of Freemasonry, and I can tell you, it's nothing but bullshit. If there was anything to it, it was gone a long time ago.
Well, I'm curious because my understanding is that Aleister Crowley literally wrote in his book about the best type of sacrifice is like a young boy with blue eyes and blonde hair.
Have you ever read any Aleister Crowley books?
I haven't read any entire Aleister Crowley books, but my understanding is that he wrote that in one of his books. Is that not correct?
No.
No?
Nope, not that I know of. And if he did, it was for the superb purpose.
That book is super hard to find or edited out by now. But no, I've never seen that in any of Aleister Crowley's books.
Nothing. I own all of his books.
Abaddon.
Let me
Have
go
you
look
ever
and see
found
if I
anything
can
like
find it.
that?
Is that all right?
He's indicating no.
I would like for you to look that up because I've never heard of that.
Daniel, I'm going to flat out say that the best way to prove or disprove any myths to yourself is to go looking for them yourself. And so if you've been heard that Aleister Crowley wrote that in one of his books, go ahead and find that for us.
Yeah,
We have a person wanting to join us.
It's been a while since I looked into all this.
We have an individual, Alucard Ricifer, seeking to join us. And does anybody know this individual?
I don't think so.
Nope, but if it's like Brett's last show, make sure he doesn't start screaming and talking about Hitler.
Oh, you remember that? Huh?
Oh, I listened to that whole thing.
All right. Well, yeah. Alucard, we're going to go ahead and quickly bring you in as a momentary guest here. Oh, okay. So somebody left. Okay, Daniel's left for some reason.
So if you even if you try to do this with the video cameras, if you bring him up, he will come up on the screen with you. So what you want to do is put one of your favorite pictures as an overlay and then cover the screen that way.
All right. Yep. Let me go ahead and do that. And hello, Alucard, you're with us live. Can you hear us? Alucard?
They do this too, man. They'll be quiet and then all of a sudden it'll just start screaming. So
all right. Well,
they just can't handle our winning personalities.
Yeah. Well, he's not with us anymore. If he doesn't want to,
oh well, his loss.
We have Zagan on with us now.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. I just wanted to jump in real quick. I was listening, but just want to jump in about the Aleister Crowley thing and the child sacrifice. He was talking about jacking off. It's actually in book 4. It's talking about different, and it goes into detail where it breaks down. I mean, he did a lot of stuff that kind of to allude and to make it even seem darker, to hide a lot of like the, secreted stuff that they didn't want public. There's a lot of stuff that they didn't want out in the public. Some stuff he did want in the public, and he was infamous for a lot of secrets being published that other people didn't want out in the public. But still, he held a lot of, I guess, inner workings of a lot of the rituals, especially of, Baphomet works and stuff like that he did. But his thing was very heavily focused on sex magic, and when it comes to sacrifice, he's talking about semen. So I would take everything that Crowley wrote with a grain of salt. Even things that are enlightening, still take it with a grain of salt. Even things that seem like it's plain out, what he's saying, take it with a grain of salt, especially when he's talking about sexual stuff, because that takes a lot of study. He did that on purpose, sometimes as a joke, and a lot of times to get people that weren't really interested or couldn't really understand to take his stuff and take it somewhere else. Like, you really have to study. And even in his books, he said, if you want to learn more about this, contact me. Don't try to do this shit on your own. Try to contact me. Here's the address and all this shit. So, again, anything with Crawley, he said a lot of stuff just to get people's attention. And
he would write stuff too to make it like radio instructions, because it was, if you weren't knowledgeable in the art, you weren't going to get anywhere with it. He wrote specifically, so if you were not an advanced magician, it's going to be like reading stereo instructions, because it's not going to make any sense.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, I don't have all. At one point, I did have all his books, and I studied Crawley a lot, and I've been reading it since, for what, like 14, 15 years. I can rip open one of his books and learn something new, even a book that I've had forever. I rip it open and I'm like, oh, okay, now that I understand a little bit more, I get what he's saying, and then I could read further. But when I was 19, 18, I crack open, I'm like,
forget about it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not getting anything out of this. Maybe someday. And
Okay,
I'll
I've
get
got the
another book.
reference.
So go ahead.
All right, is it all right if I read this reference?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Can't hear you, Daniel.
We got people saying that Crowley was also a racist. I'm
All
going
right.
to point out, look at the time frame that he lived in. I think everybody was a little bit racist back then. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
so was
how many-
Lovecraft.
Yeah, so was Lovecraft. I mean, he flat out called people the N-word in his books.
Apparently, I can't use my phone and go to the other screen where I have it on my phone. I have to pull it up somewhere else. So give me another minute.
Okay, take your time, Daniel.
My
Take
mic
your
won't work.
While Daniel's looking for that, we will revisit this in just a minute or so. I want to move forward with tonight's big conversations. And one of the first things that I'm going to point out, and I'm going to go ahead and screen share something here. Let me just give me a second here. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to screen share with you guys. All right, so I assume you guys can see this. I can't see what anybody is doing right now because it takes me right out of the platform to my desktop. But what we're looking at here is literally the book Church Satan by Michael Aquino. And it's really interesting. And one thing that we're going to be looking at here is this is chapter 3, The Age of Satan Begins, which is sort of the name of this live stream for a reason. I was thinking of just doing the live stream on this chapter alone, but I decided to go ahead and expand into something else as well. And you can see a bunch of my little tabs here. We're going to be getting into all these later on. But one of the first things I want to point out in this is a transcript from Satanas the Devil's Mass. And it is from Anton LaVey's neighbor that she's talking about Anton LaVey and how they used to always call him Tony. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click out of this really quickly. And I want to play a clip of what she says. And I want people to pay attention to what she says very carefully.
Oh, according to this publicity man that I met, this publicity man and Mr. LaVey came upon the idea that with his owning a lion, the Satanist church would be a wonderful offshoot, and since he did evidently believe in the devil, they hit upon the idea of the Satanist church.
He did evidently believe in the devil. So let's go back and take a look at this. And I'm going to bring that up. All right. So you can see that right here where she's talking about that. The publicity man that she was referring to was Ed Weber. Now, Ed Weber was the gentleman who inspired Anton LaVey to create the Church of Satan. And this is an interview taken in the late 90s by Michael Aquino, the gentleman in the audio that you heard earlier, with Ed Weber. And this is the book that he was talking about in that audio. So here we see on how he meets Anton LaVey and whatnot. And anybody who's watching this live stream after it's done recording, you can go ahead and freeze frame this and you can read what it has to say. You can find this book in PDF format on the internet for free if you know where to look, or you can go to Amazon.com and buy it in 2 volumes. It comes in 2 volumes. So Ed Weber met Anton LaVey in early 1966 with his wife Barbara, and they went to one of LaVey's interviews. And with Ed Weber's help after that event, things blew up. And so let me see here. One of the interesting points to bring up in this, and I gotta find. All right, it's right here. What this Michael Aquino asked: since 1975, Anton LaVey has insisted that he never believed in the existence of an actual Satan. I'm sorry, can everybody please make sure that their microphones are off really quickly? Thank you. Michael Aquino says, since 1975, Anton LaVey has insisted that he never believed in the existence of an actual devil or Satan, that Satan was only a symbol or metaphor. Was this true when you knew him? Ed Weber responds and says, not at all. He was quite definite that he did believe in the existence of Satan. This was exactly what made the concept of a Church of Satan so fascinating. This also goes on to confirm that in Satanus, which is some of the clips that I've been playing, Anton LaVey definitely affirms his belief in an actual Satan. And I think when we watch Satanus, the Devil's Mass, that it becomes quite definitive that's exactly what it is. So we see in Satanus, the Devil's Mass, his true evidence in belief. I mean, we heard that from him doing his rituals, and they demonstrate many rituals. I can't show them because there's naked women going on and whatnot. We have another guest wanting to come in, Frank Sr. Brett, is this an individual you know?
I don't know, but I did notice that I had a few of my trolls out there. They love stalking me on the internet. What you gonna do, you know? The love.
All right, I'm ready when you guys are.
All right, well, hang on. We got an individual who wants to come in. Frank Sr., I'm going to be bringing you in. You okay now? You good to go? All right.
What's going on, folks?
Going on. Hi, Frank. How you doing?
I'm okay. What are we talking about?
We are
Church
talking
Satan?
about, Church Satan, Anton LaVey, and whatnot. Really quickly, you're not going to do anything weird or anything on camera, are you?
No. I'm not like that. I'm not gonna, show
Okay,
anything.
so
Like if you want me to turn my camera off, I can do that. That's fine.
no, you're fine.
You know.
You're fine. Okay.
No, that's
So
cool.
tell us a little bit. Meet church pastor. Okay, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh yeah, I'm a combat veteran, and just I've watched Brett Keane on and off, for a while. I'm just sort of kind of curious what's going on, because I came by this. It's this is kind of my free time, so came by this and just wanted to see what you guys were talking about. I'm not very well versed in religion or anything.
All right.
So
Well,
I don't.
we're talking
maybe
about
y'all
the
can
Church of
educate me.
Satan. We're talking about
Okay.
the Church of Satan and the fact that they tried to say that Anton LaVey never believed in Satan, that he was an atheist and everything. It's kind of hard for them to argue.
Well, certainly you're right. The concept of God has given the world much beautiful music, many beautiful works of art, and certainly I feel God exists, but the name for
It's sort of hard to argue against that.
I apologize. My dog starts growling. The dog's next door, right by the window. So
yeah,
if she starts barking, I'll mute myself. It's okay. Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
I
You can
have
probably
dogs
hear her.
Yeah, I can hear her.
Yeah,
We have
where are we
dogs
at?
as
Because
well.
I'm a little late to the party.
Well, most of this is just generally STS members. That's my organization that we run. I run Satanic Thulian Society and the official Cult of Cthulhu. And we're pretty much here, and we're about to get into a very interesting thing and whatnot. And Daniel was about to read a segment from Aleister Crowley's book. He's ready to go. So,
Yeah.
all right. So if we'll go ahead and we'll mute our mics for you, Daniel, and you can read that section.
Oh, okay. All right. So, showing the magical record of the beast 666, the following is probably the most referenced quote about Crowley and human sacrifice. It reads as follows: Magic in Theory and Practice, chapter 12 of the Bloody Sacrifice and Matters Cognate. It says, in any case, it was the theory of the ancient magicians that any living being is a storehouse of energy, varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal, in quality according to its mental and moral character. At the death of the animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim, which, hang on, go to the next one, which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most suitable sacrifice. What is lesser, if not entirely unknown, are the following statements about human sacrifice, taken from Crowley's other writings. This one is from Liber 66, or the Book of the Ruby Star, referencing child sacrifice. Liber 66. Then again, the master shall speak as he will soft words and with music, and what else he will bring forward the victim. Also, he shall slay a young child upon the altar, and the blood shall cover the altar with perfume as of roses. So those would be a couple of the references.
All right. Well, first off, that first one, it was definitely Crowley referencing old worldviews long before himself. That's from what I gathered of your reading there. I think the best people to answer this directly would be Cain Blackfire and Abaddon Fireborn. So I'm going to hand you on over to Cain so he can answer this.
So most everything that is written, especially if it is not to be understood or to scare people away, the essence of a young man does not necessarily mean it is a child, and the blood flowing over the altar is the passion of having sex with an individual on the altar, allowing that energy to flow outwardly. It is said in a lot of different religions that when that is done, it's your endorphins give off the smell of roses if it is a magical act. So that's one of those. It is written in the aspect for us to understand, but not the normal person to understand. Crowley was a very crude man. He was not about sensitizing anything or anything like that. It was all about keeping those who knew what they were doing in what they were doing, and the people that had no idea, let's keep them out of there. So let's scare them off.
So just to be clear, he did write about child sacrifice. He's just not actually talking about child sacrifice. Is that fair to say?
So to the normal person, yes, that is how it would appear. But to those who have been taught the magical arts, who know the magical arts, and who have been doing magic for I don't know how long, because I guarantee you, if you asked a Thelmanite about that, they would tell you that that whole thing, you're taking it the wrong way, and they probably would get offended because most Thelmanites, like actual Thelmanites, were very woke individuals. So I mean, you can contact a Thelmanite, you can read it yourself, you can ask other Satanists, and they'll probably tell you the same thing, that there was nothing to be bloodshed or death in that at all.
No worries. I didn't want to like argue about it. I just
before we
so.
move on from this, let's hear from Abaddon Fireborn and his perspective on this. I like to give people multiple different points of view.
Kane hit it on the head. It's to scare the weak away. Many societies put people through tests, not just the Crowleyans, but even an old society that I was a part of called the Lillian Society. Those rituals that are written down, if you take them for face value and do them, you're an idiot and you don't belong in our fold. And it's clearly stated in the High Priest of the Lillian Society's books, John. If you do these ceremonies, you're an idiot and you don't deserve to walk our road. You're just as the mundane. You swallow everything. So, what?
Oh, I didn't realize you were still going. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I'm really curious here because you guys said that you're like as far left hand as you can go, but if older societies were doing this kind of stuff, isn't that more left hand? I mean, my understanding. Let me just explain where I'm coming
Now
from.
Now you're going into cultural worship and stuff like that. Yes, there is older societies, such as societies from South America and Africa. That they were doing that. They were using the prana, the blood.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, wouldn't you consider that to be more left hand? Because my understanding is like left hand is like dark stuff, and it's hard to imagine, more dark stuff than like child sacrifice. And if that is a part of occultism,
not really. That really doesn't have anything to do with dark stuff. You're just harnessing the prana. If you can't harness the energy without taking a human life, then you're weak and you don't belong in our path. That goes exactly to what I'm saying. If you cannot go into your decompression chambers and bring forth what you want, no matter if it's positive or negative, then you might as well stay along with the herded conformity of the mundane, because you don't get our chemistry. You don't get our angles. You do not understand what we're about at all. You're reading books for face value, and you're not really grasping the true concept of our angles.
Yeah. Thank you, Abaddon. Thank you for that. Sorry, I don't mean to be cutting people off there, but I know how Abaddon can get very impassioned, and if you let him carry on too long, you'll have him screaming at you.
Yeah, I was getting that.
Oh, I'm not going to scream, but I'm going to educate you and I'm going to enlighten you.
Yeah.
Can I ask one other thing?
Go ahead.
So I mean, couldn't someone else that is an occultist who does do this kind of stuff, that does like human sacrifice, couldn't they say that you guys are weak because you don't go all the way? I mean, isn't that at least possible?
They could say
Of
that all
course.
they want, and certainly there's organizations that like to promote that sort of thing. You have organizations such as the Order of the Nine Angles who definitely tried to promote that, and they were Lillian Society was a very hardcore organization that was often mistaken as a branch of the Order of the Nine Angles. They certainly used some of their literature, but the Order of the Nine Angles they weren't really full-blown Satanists. They were more heavily involved with acts of terrorism. Actually, Abaddon could also illuminate us a little bit more on the Order of the Nine Angles. Go ahead, Abaddon.
You're completely right. You're completely right there, Luke. You're completely right on that one. There's a lot of people in the Order of the Nine Angles that you have Muslims, you have Christians that are O9A. That literature by those people were adopted into many different angles. So yeah, you have to be careful in that. Then you have very political driven societies inside of there, organizations that are far right, and you also have a few that are far left. It's a mixture. Oh yes.
I got one. I got a good one. So you said that reading Crowley's work and it talks about stuff like that, and you asked if people actually do that, or is it you were concerned about it. To someone who doesn't know anything about Christianity, someone just off the street, not me myself, but the same argument could be made that pre-Christians also made sacrifices.
Yes, the birth offering.
That what kind of Christians made sacrifices?
I said pre-Christians made sacrifices,
You
and
mean,
it's still.
Are you talking about the Jews, the Israelites?
I am.
Well,
there was actually
it also extended into what we call the burning times. It was altered and changed, and that was actually human sacrifice. The burning times is also called the Inquisition, where the Catholic Church was burning heretics at the stake, and it was the burnt offering. When we look at the story of Cain and Abel, Abel killed Cain on the altar because
Cain killed Abel.
Yeah, Cain killed Abel. Would I say Abel killed Cain?
Yes. So I had to correct you.
Oops. Sorry. Thanks. Cain killed Abel
Sacrilege.
on the altar because Abel was a shepherd, and so he was told to bring the finest of his flock to sacrifice on the altar, and God would dote over him because he gave blood sacrifice. Well, Cain was actually a farmer, and he grew crops, and when he brought the finest of his crop to burn at the altar of God, he got no praise. He got nothing for it. And he went back and he asked his father Adam, why didn't God, why is God paying more attention to Abel and not me? I brought him my most loved and the best of my crop and everything. And Adam told Cain, it's like, well, it's a sacrifice of the thing that you love most. What do you love most? And Abel or Cain thought about it, and he was like, well, I love my brother the most. And so it wasn't a sacrifice out of maliciousness. It was a sacrifice of the thing he loved most, which is when we actually look at genuine sacrifice to achieve something, it's a sacrifice is something that you don't want to give up, that it hurts to give up. And you're doing that in order to achieve a greater good, a greater profit from it for whatever reason. You may not like it, but you do it for the benefit of something. I believe that we've all done that. We've all had to do some sort of sacrifice for someone better or something better.
So I'm really curious, where are you getting that understanding of the story of Cain and Abel from? Because in the Bible, it seems to say, when I read it, that Cain killed Abel because he was jealous of his brother, and there was, he didn't go and talk to Adam or any of that in the actual Bible. If I've
There's a
actually
lot
read it
more
correctly.
books that are not written about in the Bible. There's secondary books at the Council of Nicaea that was never added into the Bible, that they were left out, and they're secondary books.
That's what I was curious about. What you're referencing?
Can I
Go
say
ahead,
something?
Frank.
Because I'm gonna head out in just a minute.
You sort of stepped in.
Sorry. Honestly, I find the whole notion of sacrificing, let's say anything to, another deity, let's say, I kind of find it ridiculous, just because it doesn't. There's just the good feeling for you, but it's better to sacrifice some part of yourself to, like put in the work that you have done, and that should be the true sacrifice. Sacrificing somebody else or some other being, whether it be say a piece of meat to a shrine, it makes no sense to me, because honestly, the best thing you can do is to put forth the work to sacrifice yourself for other people. And that's simply all we have, because we have no idea if there is a God or a Satan or anything like that. There's no definitive proof, and it just, honestly, this is just doesn't really make any sense to me. I'm just kind of.
There is proof.
No, but
yes.
Well, I'm going to interrupt here before we have an argument breakout here. Let me put it to you this way. The Church of Satan likes to claim to be atheists because they don't see any proof. Now, there is actually proof, but it's not always proof that we can show other people. It's proof that, as individuals, proves to us
that's
that
just anecdotal
pathway.
evidence.
You can call it what you want, but if it guides you, if it
that's literally the
motivates
definition
you,
of anecdotal evidence.
But is it proof to you as an individual? It doesn't matter about anybody else, but it's proof enough for you as a personal individual.
But it has to be proof to everyone.
No, it doesn't.
Frank, can I ask you a question? Well,
sure, go ahead.
Quick. Frank, I'd like to ask you, do you believe in abiogenesis?
I don't know what that has to do with the conversation, but
well, I'm asking you about what you believe. Do you believe in abiogenesis?
I think that there's evidence for abiogenesis.
All right, let's see it. Show it to us.
Okay, I mean, do you want me to bring up some scientific papers
I'd
on
like
this?
to see some evidence for abiogenesis.
I mean, it's kind of weird that Brett Keane is asking me for evidence when.
Well, you're
aren't you a
God? I'm just asking you back as well.
Yeah, well, I can bring up scientific papers that say that amino acids are present in meteorites that have fallen to Earth, and we've actually collected the evidence of that. And those amino acids gathered together at some point, and billions of years later, we have us, which is pretty awesome. I like being alive. It's cool.
Well,
it's fun.
Okay, well, what about evidence of alien life? How about evidence of alien life?
We don't have
alien life exists?
In the vastness of the universe, statistically, yes, there's going to be alien life. We just happen to be on the only planet that we know of where life exists.
Well, we'll prove that in the vastness of the universe, alien life exists. You got to take it on faith, don't you? We could be all alone in the universe.
We could.
So
yeah, but we have found.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that
I'm not taking anything on faith. I'm taking it on evidence.
It does. Faith, wait. When I say faith, I'm not talking about blind faith.
There's no difference.
No, actually, there is. Faith means that you have something, that you believe in something that it's been
I
proven.
don't have to believe in
Blind
evidence.
faith means that there's absolutely no evidence, yet you still believe in it.
No,
Can I say something here?
Go ahead.
Sure.
So the way I think about it, and I do believe that there are actual proofs for God, but let's say that there aren't. How would you know, like, how would you prove to me that your wife loved you? You know, I don't know if you're married or not, but let's say you are, and you know that your wife loves you. You've experienced her love, but how would you prove it to me that your wife loves you? I don't think you could prove it to me, not empirically, right? In the
I mean,
same way,
you know, we could take a blood test of her, you know, and the endorphins in her bloodstream when she's around me, as opposed to when she's not around me, or when she's thinking of me, and then we could run that.
I don't think we have the Star Trek equipment to do that on the fly.
I mean, we can't do it on the fly, no, but there's there's scientific tests that we could do.
Let me give you
100%.
Let me give you another one. Let's say I don't think we could prove that, but let's say you go down into a cave, and in this cave you meet a dragon, right? And it actually talks, and you speak with it, and you have this experience, and then you return to the cave a few days later, and the dragon isn't there. So you can't prove to anybody else that the dragon was there. But that doesn't mean that you didn't have the experience. It doesn't mean that the dragon wasn't there just because you can't prove it to anybody else. So
I
you
mean,
can
all you're
have
giving,
an experience.
look, you're just giving me anecdotal evidence and feelings. Like, yeah, if you feel that a God exists or whatever, however you want to believe, that's fine with me. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But all you're giving me is anecdotal evidence of, yeah, I had this experience.
Well, it's
like,
anecdotal.
Can I
what
actually
we're getting into
prove to
here
you,
is
like,
people's understanding of the definition. If you want to call it anecdotal evidence, then by all means, go ahead for that. I don't.
But that's what it is. That's the problem.
You know, well, that's not really a problem. All it is just
it's
kind
not
of
a
flat
problem.
out.
It's the problem in, you know, your guys' thinking. And I'm not trying to like jump on you and be a, you know, a douche or whatever.
No,
like,
it's perfectly
you know, it's
fine. You know,
it just doesn't.
What do you mean by your guys' thinking?
Oh boy. You might have stepped in it now.
Your guys' thinking as in you want to essentially put anecdotal evidence before actual evidence.
What is actual evidence?
So, the whole purpose of this live stream
Physical,
is to show
tangible,
actual evidence,
repeatable evidence.
Okay, let me just. Do you mind if I handle this real quick?
Well, go ahead, Daniel. But then let's wrap this up.
By all means, handle me.
All right. How do you know the physical world exists?
Are we going into like nihilism?
No, I
what
just
is that?
asked
It was
you,
like,
how do you said physical evidence. How do you know that physical things exist?
I mean, my brain, because I can touch things like this pen.
Okay, so sense data. How do you know your sense data is accurate and valid?
Because I can repeat it, like clicking this
Right,
pen.
so you're appealing to sense data again. That's begging the question.
That's not appealing to sense data. What the
You
hell is
just
sense
appeal to it
data?
again. Sense data is things like senses, your feeling, your touch, your sight, your smell, senses, sense data.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I can repeat these things. Like I can touch my desk and I can click the pen.
In question, right? So when I say, how do you know that your sense data is valid, and then you appeal back to your sense data in order to validate your sense data, you've just appealed to the very thing in question. So
and this is why this is the same reason that, you know, people have an issue with Christians, because the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true, correct?
So you're saying that you're like Christians
you're doing
right
a
now.
circular reasoning there, sir.
And that's exactly why you are a Christian, Brett.
So you should be a Christian,
basically.
basically.
Isn't all just about spirituality. It actually talks about real physical stuff. When we talk about the Ark of the Covenant, there's actual measurements for the physical box, and there is proof that it could have possibly existed. It may or may not have held stone tablets carved by God, but there may have actually been a weapon designed to be held in a box used by the Israelites during their journey. There's, we know that Mount Sinai was a real thing. Well, I don't know where it is, and there's suppositions on where it is, but there's the actual measure. What I'm saying is the measurements is actually right there in the Bible. Same for the measurements for the ark, for Noah's Ark. We have the measurements, we have the dimensions of it, so we know what it looked like. And there's, recently there's been a discovery. I forget on what mountain it was. It's a large mountain. It's half buried.
It was Mount Ararat.
I'm not sure if it was Mount Ararat or not. I would need to look it up and double check. But yeah, so obviously you've heard that they believe that they did find Noah's Ark.
But here's the thing that's garbage, because Noah's Ark couldn't have existed because it would have been too big and would have flexed. Have you ever seen a shipping, like a steel cargo ship? They flex in the water, and these are steel. So
I set it on fire.
Yeah. So like, and on top of that, what about all of the creatures that would have died during the flood?
I'm not going to say that all those animals were on it. That
I'm not saying.
You've got to
then you're going into like Kent Hovind stuff, and you're talking about kinds. I'm talking about all of the creatures that would have died. We would have evidence of that because the bones would still be there in some places. And how do you get, let's say kangaroos from, Israel over to Australia?
Yeah, you're not going to get all those animals, but the fact that a vessel actually was found and whatnot, and you can say that it wouldn't have worked, but they actually have proven that the dimensions and design listed in the Bible would float. It would survive storms. It was structurally sound, and this was actually proven by scientists with scale models in wave pools and storm chambers.
I put the evidence, a link in your private chat because you're hosting. Well, it shows imagery of the ark and all that, what he's been talking about the whole time. There's the link.
That's stone. That's not a boat. That's stone. I was a geology major before the sea.
That's not the one that I was talking about, but yeah.
And even if it is stone, as a major in that, you should know that wood can turn into an almost stone substance.
Structure.
Yeah, and that's called petrification. So when stone or when wood petrifies, it gets filled in with minerals, but that takes millions of years. You can't do that with like treated wood. This wouldn't even be treated wood because it would have been so long ago. This never would have happened. And this is literally just, you can see the erosion on the sides of this. That's not.
Right.
There's another one. I don't know. It's supposedly in like this weird valley in the mountain. Let me see here. Can I bring this up? Hang on. Just give me 1 second. I'm looking. You guys go ahead and talk.
Oh, it's cool. There's over hundreds of thousands of documentation on this, but since this guy believes he was a geologist, it doesn't matter what everybody else says. So it's cool. Cool, Frank.
Yeah.
Well, I never said I believed I was a geologist. I never admitted, or I never said that I was a geologist.
All right, let's not get into attacking. Frank has his own beliefs. We have our beliefs, and
yeah, but I don't like. I believe in I believe in friendship and treating people right. Those are my beliefs and all that. Fun,
which is all
happy,
cool.
Happy HS, but. You can't say that scientific evidence is belief. If I say, hey, I can pick up this pen and click it a bunch.
You absolutely can.
I
just explained why.
Your explanation was kind of bad.
No, you don't understand because everything that we do is about intuition. So when you think that you're experiencing the outside world.
So you're a solipsist.
No, I'm not a solipsist.
Okay,
what I'm saying.
I'm going to interrupt here, Daniel. Sorry for interrupting. Frank, please don't try to label anybody something that they don't label themselves. And I'm not trying to sound woke here at all, but this is obviously turning into a bit of an argument. And it's not really what this episode is supposed to be about.
If you want an argument, we could I could actually just ask anybody here to define woke.
Well, what would you define woke as?
Anything the right doesn't like.
That's kind of a broad spectrum narrative, but okay. I can't argue with that. I can't disagree with that. Are you considered woke? Are you right wing or left wing?
I'm a leftist. I'm more than happy to say that. So I wouldn't consider myself woke because I used to be a lot more conservative when I was a lot younger. But as I've grown older, I've learned a lot more about the world and a lot more about the people that are around me. And I've gone a lot more left because I care more about the people around me and I want them to do better. That's part of the reason why I joined the military, is because I want to have, I would rather put myself on the front lines and everybody else have a better life. And, you know, whether it's my family or somebody else's family, you know, even if it's people I disagree with, you should have the best life and the most freedom that you should have. That's fine. Okay. You know, I don't see a problem. It seems like
you're starting to get a little bit of a hostility in the comments there.
I honestly, dude, I've been blown up in Iraq. I don't care what people talk about me.
Well, yeah, I mean, thank you for your service. You know,
I appreciate it, but like Frank looks like a rat. That's a new one to me. Because usually I get made fun of for my teeth, but
I like rats. You know, I have 12 rats as pets.
Yeah,
you know.
rats make good pets.
They're fucking awesome. That's a lot more rats than what I wanted, but you know, I have a bunch of them. And I love them all. They're really great little pets. But you know,
they're sweet little babies.
But you know, the thing is you know, we have our perspectives and our views, and not everybody's always going to agree with them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Were you intentionally being offensive? No, I don't think you were. Some of the comments, yeah, that kind of came off offensive. I don't believe that they were intended that way, though, so I didn't get offended.
I mean, I could be really offensive, but I'm trying to be.
I know you can. Most leftists usually can be, but then again, most people in general can be offensive.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, if you're getting offended by me having, you know, like making statements, then why am I the woke one? Aren't the woke people supposed to be the?
Do you identify yourself as woke? Or do you identify yourself as woke?
No.
Okay.
I have yet to find out what woke means. I've asked tons of people what does woke mean? Define woke, and I've gotten you know
woke
15 different answers.
Yeah, it's Marxism. That's pretty much what the modern conception.
I'm definitely not a Marxist. So I don't.
Are you a Republican?
No.
All right.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. When it comes to my political views, I will vote for the best candidate that's going to do the best for the most amount of people in my country.
Okay, who did you vote for in the last election?
I voted for Biden because I didn't like Trump. Doesn't mean I like Biden, but I still have to serve under the guy. He's my president. He's my commander in chief. So I don't have to like him, but I still have to serve.
You just said really quickly. You just said you voted for what you feel is going to produce the best results. Now that we've come 4 years in, we're in election year again, and you've seen how Biden treated the United States. How do you intend on voting this year?
I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump. I don't want to vote for Biden.
What if you're left with either Biden or Trump again?
Then I have to vote against Trump.
Go Trump.
Obviously, then you're not voting for the best thing for this country, because Biden has already raised up all of our gas prices. Inflation has gone through the ceiling. He left American troops. He left your brothers in arms in Afghanistan. He left people who we were sent there to protect to be raped, murdered, and burned alive. I've seen Sharia law in action firsthand. I've seen what they do to boys, strapping them to beds to teach them to be men. I've seen women who were raped, stoned to death. I've seen taxi drivers who drove Westerners dragged out of their taxi, poured gasoline on, and burned alive less than 5 feet away from me. This is the kind of thing that Biden left people to suffer under. How is that better for people? How is it cutting off our fuel resources better for people?
Never
Our
happened.
gas prices are going through the roof. Our
No, they're
food
not.
prices are going through the roof.
That's because of
And none of
corporations.
that was going on underneath Trump. How is that better?
So who signed the? Let's start from one point. So who signed the?
It's gonna be
I'm
a
not
long night,
here to get
Lucifer.
into a political thing.
Well,
And
who
honestly,
signed? Who signed the treaty to get out of Afghanistan?
Biden, Trump was going to get us out in an organized manner. Biden tore up that treaty and just said, hey, get out of there. No organized manner, no plan. Trump had a plan to withdraw in an organized manner to get our equipment out. Now we have freaking Taliban and ISIS running around with American weapons.
Well, the Taliban and ISIS actually fight each other. Did you know that?
No,
Taliban
they're
doesn't.
not.
Taliban
The
doesn't like
Taliban
ISIS.
now works for ISIS.
No, actually, it's completely different because the Taliban does not like ISIS. Taliban constantly fights with ISIS. That's been going on for a long time.
Tell that to the Taliban members flying ISIS flags. Tell that to the
but they're not flying
pilot
ISIS
who was
flags.
burned alive
They're
by
flying
Taliban and
flags.
ISIS combined. I think this is Frank. Thank you for joining us tonight. Your opinions are much appreciated, but this has gone on in a direction that this whole live stream
I just
is
think
not
you're
to
very
be about.
uneducated on the subjects in which.
No, we're going to be ending this. Thank you for joining us.
We're not educated enough. It's all right, guys. We need to read more.
Yeah. Maybe if I get to believe when I evolved from a slug, I'll be better.
Kind of funny. Strange bedfellows right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank, for joining us. But some of that was just totally unnecessary. I want to apologize to our viewers. I hope everybody was entertained, but this was not intended to go this way. This is a live stream about Satanism, not ISIS, the Taliban, or politics. And I want to apologize for people for that, going that route. And thank you for sticking with us. I appreciate it.
I think it's been a good stream so far. A little bit of irritation.
Yep.
There, but
so let's now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's actually, we're about an hour 42 minutes into this. This is, I wanted to get to this next part long before now. And I want to say thank you to everybody. Oceana Vale, thank you for sticking around. Black Metaler, Sin Man, Scott, Jason, Sarah, thank you for all sticking around for this. And I apologize for how that went. That was definitely not the way for it to intended to go. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go into the next section of this live stream. Hopefully we can get Kane Blackfire back here in a minute. And we will see if he can come back, or if one of the other STS members or somebody who actually wants to contribute to the topic wants to jump in, they can. So this next section, as people may remember, a while back, I brought up this letter that I'm presenting to everybody right now, which is the Barton letter. And you can see Blanche Barton's name. This is an official letter from the Church of Satan in January 23rd, 1998, to a Tanny Jansang from Blanche Barton. And we're going to go ahead and I'm going to click this off, and I'm going to bring up a better view of this letter, especially the part that people should pay attention to, which is going to lead us into the next section of this live stream. And I'm going to be pointing out, Blanche Barton, back in 1998, made a very interesting statement. And she was talking to Tanny Jansang about Old Wolf criticizing her for saying that Anton LaVey did indeed believe in Satan. Now, what we see here in the highlighted part that you guys can see on your screen, she's talking about how his belief was very powerful and that she doesn't believe it should ever be undermined by trying to rewrite or apologize for it, which is very interesting. She's flat out saying he believed in a very real Satan and that it shouldn't be undermined. Brett, let's start with you. What's your opinion on that?
Well, all the information that's been shown, it's quite clear that the very founders of the Church of Satan and the family, they were theistic Satanists. They believed in an actual devil. They believed in spirituality. They believed in black magic, the black flame, right? That's what it's referred to, supernatural. I mean, where else do you go? I don't see the Church of Satan having an argument or a debunk to this or refute.
Yeah. Abaddon?
Brad hit it on the head.
Yeah.
I mean, he hit it right on the head. They were theistic, and then it went all flip-flopsy.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting on how it went all flip-flopsy, like you just said. When do you think that actually happened?
That was during the split. That's what enticed the split, but it was in the early 70s when all that happened.
That letter that I just showed, this letter, if you look at the date, Abaddon, it says January 23rd, 33 Anno Satanas. That's 1998, not 1975. This is Blanche Barton writing to Tanny Jansang.
Huh.
And Blanche Barton in this letter is right here. She's calling it out that somebody is trying to rewrite and apologize Anton LaVey's literature, his philosophy. What's your opinion on that?
Hey, you see it in their philosophy and their teachings that they're trying to read this atheistic nonsense. I don't
see. My thing is I believe that this is a long game play from Peter Gilmore, and I'm about to prove it to everybody. I'm about to prove that this actual whole thing came about from Peter H. Gilmore. Before we go into that, go ahead. Let's go to Daniel. What is your opinion about what I just showed on screen?
Well, my take is that it's super annoying that every time I talk about Satanists, I have to listen to a bunch of atheists tell me how Satanists aren't actually Satanists. They're actually just atheists. And when I talk about Satanists, I'm talking about people that are actually Satanists like you guys, not a bunch of idiots that are LARPing. So it's super annoying to me. Probably not even as annoying as it is to you guys, but I understand and totally agree with you guys that under Anton LaVey, he literally believed in a real Satan and he believed in magic and spells and things of that nature. He wasn't just an atheist. And the fact that whenever I talk about Satanists, I have to listen to people tell me that Satanism is just atheists. It's super, super annoying. So it's frustrating for me too.
Yeah. And this is where we're about to really get into some fun stuff here. And I'm throwing up a few ticker things that's going to be, we're actually going to see this stuff here coming up in just a minute.
May I ask you something real quick?
Go ahead.
You've been doing awesome presentations every time we do the shows, and solid evidence has been thrown out. But do Satanists have like some kind of way? I don't know if you guys have the system set up where a bunch of Satanist groups can come together in some assembly and actually make their case for their views together.
Unfortunately, that is something that a lot of Satanists have been wanting to do for a very long time. But due to there's a lot of nearly constant infighting between the different organizations. One organizational, you'll get a couple organizations that'll team up for a while, and they'll be like, oh yeah, we got your back, and then all of a sudden they'll try to stab each other in the back out of the blue, and it really makes things very difficult, and whatnot. And that's probably one of the biggest, most irritating things. People have been in Satanism been calling for, they call satanic satanic unity for years, and it's really annoying because Satanists will never be totally unified, just like Christianity will never be totally unified. You can't expect a Baptist, a Lutheran, and a Catholic to all agree on what branch of Christianity is correct. But what they can agree on is that they're all Christians, they all have the same end beliefs, and they all read from the same Bible. Unfortunately, Satanists don't have that in a lot of ways. We have so many different groups with different viewpoints and whatnot, and it's really, really irritating. And what a lot of people don't realize is Satanism does have denominations, and especially in LaVeyan Satanism, we have Cthulhianism, we have Sithism, we have vampirism, we have Gilmorionism. I call it Gilmorion because we call them Gilmorons, but it's Gilmorian Satanism, which is the totally atheistic shit. And then we have pre-1975 LaVeyanism, which honestly, I think it's just basic LaVeyanism. Everything that I've read and studied tells me that he never really changed his personal viewpoints all that much. It's just he changed on how he presented them.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
Okay, and then we'll get into this next part.
Yeah, it'll be a quick one. I'm just curious, did you guys go with Michael Aquino? Is that... Sorry, my wife's... You okay, babe?
Hi, Daniel's wife.
Yeah. Did you guys go with Michael Aquino? Is that kind of what happened?
No, we're actually our own organization. What it basically was is I was just a guy who, when I became a Satanist, when I took on the mantle of Satanist, I started doing my own studies and research over a bunch of years, and I wrote the Satanic Testament initially, and it was only like 200 some odd pages then. Just a little bit over 200 pages. It was really skinny. And now it's like this big 500-page book. I just started studying it, and I kept on, just like how you were saying. And anytime I would talk about Satanism with other people, they would constantly throw in my face, oh, I'm an atheist and all this other shit. And, Satan doesn't exist. None of this is real. So yeah, that really irritated me for the longest time. And I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. And I would read the Satanic Bible. And when you read the Satanic Bible, it does not come off as atheism. It comes off as a genuine, heartfelt belief, a genuine, heartfelt interest and philosophy to life. So it really threw me through a loop that people would call it atheism. And I really didn't like that. Did I ever join any organization? No, I didn't. I didn't feel that I fit in with most organizations. And so the way STS formulated was pretty much one day me and my girlie, we decided that we would create a meetup group in our local area, and people started coming and they started hearing what I was saying, and they liked it. They enjoyed doing rituals with me, and it just grew from there. And eventually I started doing some YouTube videos, and we were getting supporters, and finally we moved down here to South Carolina from Hagerstown, Maryland, and it all blossomed from there. We created STS, and there we go.
So if I
That's
understand you correctly, I just want to make sure what you're saying is that you didn't come out of the Church of Satan, but you got a lot of inspiration from the Church of Satan. So you guys aren't
we
like
have
Protestant
I
from them.
developed over the years a huge PDF library. Hang on, Abaddon, I'll get right to you. I developed a huge PDF library, so I was doing study all over the place. Satanism didn't really exist as a formulated religion before Anton LaVey, but you had your smaller cults with it, and they developed all their own little bits of literature that got brought into Satanism. And some of the big ones like Aleister Crowley and then Dr. Gerald Gardner for Wicca kind of fed into Anton LaVey, and so things bloomed from there. I was a Wiccan before I was a Satanist. So Abaddon wants to say something here, so I'm going to pass it off to him really quickly.
Satanism was not created by Anton LaVey. Was not created by Aleister Crowley. Satanism has been here before any other religion. Whether you want to call it by any other name, even Anton LaVey proved that through making the 72 Rasta, where he took out of every other culture to formulate that Rasta, so you could see from the Native American to the Viking to the African to the Egyptian. That's what makes up our path. Many people, many schools, and many organizations, even ours, have our centralized studies, researches, and books that we read, our temple stuff. But inside of there, you have other angles of ancient studies and ancient traditions. Even inside of the Holy Bible, it says, if you do not believe in me, you believe in heathens. Let me tell you something. This is ancestral. You can't write a book about Satanism. Once you're against the Holy Trinity, that's it. You walk with the infernal army. You don't need to read a book, or you don't need to write a book to say you're a Satanist. Once you turn your back on the right-hand path, you are now upon the left. There's no in between. There's no gray line. You walk left or right. You walk, since you want to make label, you walk with Christ or you walk with Satan. Christ wasn't here first, and there's proof of that. It's even said in the Holy Bible. I don't care where you want to go, from the Torah to the Quran to any of these books. He says it. If you do not believe in me, you're a heathen. So what makes a heathen? A heathen is a Satanist. I don't care if you want to call us a dark Satanist, a dark pagan, or whatever you want to call it. Pan is Satan, and Satan is Pan. Every other school organization that writes their literature, that's their teachings, that's their ways. But when you really get down to the nitty-gritty of Satanism, Satanism was here before the Holy Trinity was ever even thought of. Before you guys even came into existence and wanted to share the air with us. We were here first. And you're a stolen light. You're a stolen light to make up your own theology to control us on this aeonic sphere. Hail Satan.
Thank you, Abaddon. As you can see, a lot of people support his point of view on things. I hope that answers some of your question there.
Yeah,
it is ancestral.
It's a man. I would love to get more into that, but I know you've already been derailed a bunch of times, so I'll just go ahead and let you continue on with where you want to go.
Okay, thank you. No, he's exactly right. A lot of what Satanism, modern Satanism is that Anton LaVey only coined the term Satanism to a philosophy that he had, and that's why it's called LaVeyan Satanism. Satanism in general existed without a name for many hundreds of years, thousands of years.
I know that.
Before that.
I know that. I don't dispute that at all. I mean, I think you can take Satanism all the way back to the Garden of Eden. So, yeah, I'm not disputing that at all. That wasn't what I meant. So I must have miscommunicated there.
Well, we also had a question in the comments that also spurned some of this onward. It was actually a really good question, and what it was is I flashed it up, and that's the question right there. Before Anton LaVey created Church of Satan, what did people call themselves before that? We called ourselves pagans, Thelmonites, Wiccans, anything that just wasn't Christian. That's where all that came from. There was Freemason. Well, a lot of Freemasons are very Christian themselves. The only real thing that you need to remember to be a Freemason is that you have a belief in some sort of deity, and most oftentimes that's God.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if you read the writings, though, of like high-level Freemasons, they talk about Lucifer as being the light bringer and stuff like that. So I won't say that.
Yeah, that's a very complicated topic. But as you said, let's go ahead and get into the next portion of this. So, as I was saying, before, Blanche was talking about someone undermining by trying to rewrite and apologize for Anton LaVey's philosophy. She was talking about somebody who was trying to change things, and she didn't agree with it back then. And so what we're going to get into is I'm going to bring up my I'm going to share my screen again, and I'm going to show people some very interesting stuff here in just a second. We are going to get into things here. All right. So we have a bunch of different books here. Now, what I've got open in all these different tabs is PDF files of Anton LaVey's entire book series that he wrote, including all the various introductions by the different people who wrote introductions for the Satanic Bible. There are 4 different introductions to it, grand total. 2 by Burton Wolfe, and then 1 by Michael Aquino, and the most recent one by Peter H. Gilmore, which is called Opening the Adamantine Gates. We also have the Satanic Scriptures, which is Peter Gilmore's book, and we will be getting into this. Now, one of the things that I have stated for a great many number of years is that utilizing PDFs, we can actually do a keyword search. I assume everybody can see this?
Yeah, guys? You Control F, right? You're going to do a search.
Mm-hmm. Or in the latest versions of Adobe Acrobat, they have this little button right here that's called Find Text or Tools. And so you can come in here or you can hit Control F, or if you're on Mac, there's some variant for it there. And what we're going to do here is we are going to do a keyword search for atheist or atheism or something like that. And what we're going to do is we're just going to type in the first little thing. And as people can see, it brings it up quite nicely. I assume everybody can see this okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I can't see my screen right now because I have it open. So when I ask a question like that, if somebody could pitch in.
Looks like it shows 1 result.
No, actually, it shows 2. It's 2 different words. All right, 1 result for each word. And the first word is atheist, and the second word is atheists, the plural form. And so, all right, so we got these 2 results. Let's go ahead and click on one. And what we see here is very interesting. We see both words actually appear on the same page or in the same chapter right at the end. Now, you remember me earlier mentioning Christian atheists, and this is the only time that he mentions it. Now, for people to know which chapter this is, I'm going to go ahead and scroll up so people can actually see which chapter it is. And it's in Wanted, God, Dead or Alive. Another interesting thing, Daniel, I mentioned to you earlier that we would see this when we got into this section. If you could go ahead and read that, Daniel.
On my phone, it's actually really small, so I
can't.
Okay. And I have good eyes. Let me see. Actually, I think I can. it is a popular misconception that the Satanist does not believe in God. There we go.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish off this paragraph for you. The concept of God as interpreted by man has been so varied through the ages that the Satanist simply accepts the definition which suits him best. Man has always created his gods rather than his gods created him. God is, to some, benign and others terrifying. To the Satanist, God, by whatever name he is called, or by no name at all, is seen as the balancing factor in nature and is not a being concerned with suffering. This powerful force which permeates the balance of the universe and balances the universe is far too impersonal to care about the happiness or misery of flesh and blood creatures on this ball of dirt upon which we live. I know that sounds very, I know Daniel and Brett will disagree with that, being devout Christians that they are.
Can I ask about that real quick?
Go ahead. Let's go back up to it. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm really confused because I thought that he and you guys admit that Christianity is true. Is that not correct?
We didn't say that it was true in our belief. We said that we believe in the existence of God. We are obviously followers of the enemies of God. We honor Satan. We look at Satan as the good guy. It is a very complicated topic, but we're not the only ones who practice this. Probably one of the better ones that would go into explaining this when you're talking about religions would be Luciferianism, especially European Luciferianism. This is where they call God Yaldabaoth, which would be a different name for God. And in that tradition, God, and this is being adopted in many forms of modern Satanism too, that God is a creator deity, but not a kind deity. He is a deity that was a very jealous deity. And I don't have the literature brought up immediately, but that's basically it, that God was a creator deity, that Yaldabaoth was the creator deity, but Lucifer, Satan, is actually the true one who inspires knowledge, wisdom, and seeks to undermine this creator deity and allow humanity to flourish to his ultimate end, to his ultimate evolution, one could say.
Well, I'm really curious about Jesus Christ. I mean, do you not think that he was a real person? Do you not think that he was God in the flesh?
No. There's actual archaeological evidence that shows that Christ actually existed. There's Roman documentation that says he was a real man named Yeshua of Nazareth. Jesus.
Well, I'm curious. Do you think that he rose from the dead? Do you think that he was God?
No, I can't say I agree with that. I'm not going to say yay or nay on that. That is going into sections of lore. Certainly in lore, it says that he rose from the dead, but he may, I'm not going to say whether or not he did or not. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, I'm just curious because if it's in lore that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but if it is in lore that he did in fact rise from the dead and he was God, like we believe, if that is in lore, if I'm understanding you correctly, then wouldn't that indicate that God is not some impersonal being because he literally sent his son here to earth to die for us?
No, that definitely does not say God is not an impersonal being. One of the other branches of Satanism is Cthulhianism, and in Cthulhianism, the creator deity is being called Azazel. He is the blind idiot God living at the center of all creation. He sleeps and we're part of his dream. The moment he wakes up, everything goes bye-bye. Does he really give a shit about us? No, but did he create us? Yeah, in his dream. Does he know about us? Probably. Does he care? No.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm not asking my question correctly, but it just seems like if Christianity is true and Jesus was sent, he's the Son of God, and he was sent by God here to earth on a rescue mission to pay the price for our sins, and he accomplished that mission, and he was a person. I mean, he came here for us, and
Okay,
he
so
suffered the
I'm
greatest
going to interrupt you, Daniel. I'm going to interrupt you because you are starting to evangelize there. And this is a good topic of conversation that maybe we can have in a different live stream. But all I'm going to say, and I'm going to end this topic off right with this. There is no evidence that Jesus was the Son of God. However, there is Roman documentation that says he was a Jewish slave soldier, that after he won his freedom, after he bought his freedom from Rome, he then became a rabbi, a priest, and he gathered to himself a cult of followers. There is documentation showing that the Pharisees, the other rabbis of the city of Jerusalem and whatnot, did not like what Jesus was saying, did not like his devotion, and they had him arrested by the Romans. This is all documented. This is all factual. When we start getting into whether or not he is the Son of God or not, that is getting into supposition. That is getting into lore. There is a difference between literature and lore is not always provable as fact, but it is based loosely on fact. Now, that being said, did Jesus or Yeshua claim to be the Son of God? Probably. He probably called himself Messiah. And we see this that in multiple different Abrahamic religions, from Islam to Judaism, where different ministers or high-ranking priests who were very influential were prophets or messiahs, and they were almost on par with God. Could they do magical acts? Well, Jesus is said to have walked on water. He is said to turn water into wine. Show me an act of David Copperfield or Chris Angel that they can't do the exact same things with stage magic. Okay? Just because we are religionists, just because we do have faith in a real spiritual being, does not mean that we should be blindly faithful to just simply what it says. In Satanism, and I can imagine that Nikia or Abaddon is nodding his head. Sorry about that, Abaddon. Is nodding his head in agreement with me right here that says you can have faith. You can believe in a spiritual being. You can absolutely do that. And just like how we were trying to talk to with that Frank guy, flat out saying, listen, you can have faith that could be proven to you as an individual, but it doesn't mean that you have to have blind faith where you can nix out all the garbage content and the lore and see what the facts are. And the facts are, we don't have all the facts on whether Jesus really did walk on water. It could have been a stage magic trick. Certainly, we have stage magicians nowadays that can walk on water. They can walk on water into waves and have done so on camera. They can walk on water in a swimming pool, have people going underneath their feet, and we have this on camera.
Can they stop a storm with a word?
Sorry about that. I know you weren't meaning to incite a storm.
No, I'm saying, can they stop a storm with a word?
Show me the actual proof that Jesus stopped a storm with a word. You can show me a story where he did so.
I mean, that's what we're talking about, though, isn't it?
Well, no, you're showing me lore. That's the thing. You're showing me lore, not categorical evidence. Categorical evidence would be if a person nowadays came about and a storm was going on, like a hurricane or a tornado, and great example of what would be categorical evidence nowadays. Did you know that there's a Netflix show called Messiah?
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it.
I've actually watched it. It's only one season. I think they're supposed to come out with a second season. It's really interesting because it actually touches on the concept of a Messiah coming into modern times. And everybody's wondering whether he is really the Messiah of God or not. And one of the things is he shows up all over the world just randomly, very strangely. Is it a con? Is it a very elaborate con? Does he have a lot of people who's backing him up and they're just pulling a prank on the entire world, or not? Well, one of the things is that he withstood a sandstorm just staying on, the steps of a mosque throughout an entire 5-day sandstorm, unmoving, no food, no water, and he kept on preaching about God. Another one near the end of the series is he shows up in the middle of a tornado in America. He went from Jerusalem or Eastern Europe in prison because they actually had him arrested, to cropping up suddenly. He disappears from incarceration and he crops up in America almost simultaneously during a tornado storm. What's going on here? That would be, if we saw something like that in real life, that would be more categorical proof, okay, instead of lore and literature. Right now, when you're talking about Jesus stopped a storm with a single word, that is lore. We were not there to see that.
Right.
We can read about it in a book, but if there's no, say if we had Roman documentation. So say if
come on,
Romans,
man. Let me get a word in here.
Sorry.
All right. So if we were to see all that stuff, right, and then a few generations go by or a few centuries, well, now it's lore, right?
Yeah.
And
that's
that's
thing.
kind of the situation, right?
It is. It definitely is. But what I was going to say is, now say if we had Roman documentation, so how we have Roman documentation that Jesus really did live and that he was executed, and that part of it, and the reasons why, we know that that's actual literature. That is something that was documented by military personnel in the Roman legion in Jerusalem. They actually documented that. That's fact. That is absolute fact. But if they were to turn around and say, oh yeah, by the way, we actually saw this guy really do this, and they documented that as well, that would make things a lot more difficult to deny.
Yeah, I think I understand your position. You're saying that if you're not sure if Jesus was actually God or not. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. You're not
and
sure.
There's nothing that we can, we can read all the lore and literature there, but it's up to us to be logical and separate that from the fact from the fiction of it, because there's no bones about it. The Bible does have a lot of fiction in it, but it's also talking about actual events too. So we've got to learn as logical people to differentiate that and divide that line between fact and fiction, and what were they trying to tell us. And
I just want to ask one other thing about this, please.
Okay, and then we'll continue on with this.
Yeah. My question is, if Jesus actually was God and came to earth like I believe he did, and you know what I believe, if that did happen, wouldn't you agree that God is not impersonal?
I don't think he's impersonal. I actually don't. On a personal level, I don't think he is impersonal. What we're reading here that's on the screen is actually just Anton LaVey's own personal opinions from back in the 1960s.
Okay.
My individual personal opinions don't always line up with Anton LaVey's. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and agree with him for selling the priesthood.
Right.
I idolize his philosophy that he wrote about, but I'm not going to idolize him trying to sell the priesthood. I'm with Michael Aquino on that. I believe my priests need to earn it, and I can imagine Abaddon's nodding and everything as he stood here in my home being ordained after earning that. Same goes with Cain Blackfire. He also did the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you answering that, because that definitely clarified what was going on there. Because I'm like, well, he's saying God is impersonal, and I don't think that these guys all believe this. So that's why I wanted to ask about it. So go ahead, continue, please. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, well, no, I mean, we do believe that our beliefs are vastly different. We have lore of our own as well as literature of our own. And the thing is sometimes, just with any religion, lore and literature get intermingled. And that can kind of make things a little muddy if you're not totally dedicated to the study of it. And once you get into it, it's like, I'm pretty sure if I got into the study of your church's literature and whatnot, I could differentiate what is actual literature from what is the church lore. So the same goes with Satanism as well, whatnot. But anyways, so we see here, going back to this, we see here that he was dealing with people calling themselves atheists in Christianity right here. And he called them hypocrites. Yeah, he flat out says that it's absolutely hypocritical. The true Christian Bible is a mass of contradictions, but what could be more contradictory than the term Christian atheist? So he's criticizing atheists here. Now, what's interesting is this is the only point in the Satanic Bible that atheism comes up at all. And we can see this just by typing in the first few parts of the word atheist. And you can go all the way up to S and still have multiple forms. And we can see that the software brings this up quite accurately. So nowhere else in this book is there a reference to atheism. Now, what's also interesting is we can go into the other documentation of Anton LaVey's. So this is the Satanic Rituals, which is the companion to the Satanic Bible. And it is the third book that he wrote before writing again in the early 90s. So there was a huge 20-year gap. This was actually the last book he wrote in the 70s. This came out in 1973. And we can do this same routine again. Atheists. And you see, it's not bringing anything up. And I can go all the way up to that, and I can type. It's not bringing anything up. It's saying, literally, no matches were found. And I can come in, type in atheism, nothing. And I'm just going to do this just to show people that I'm not screwing with the software. It doesn't mention it anywhere in this book. So we now know that the software is working as it's supposed to be. So we come over here. This is the second book, The Satanic Witch. This was originally titled The Complete Witch. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the same thing. No matches are being found. Again, no matches found. So all three of these books, which were written really close together, the Satanic Bible, the Satanic Rituals, and the Satanic Witch, which was eventually republished in the 80s, that's this version right here with Zena LaVey's introduction, shows that he, at no point in the book at all is atheism ever mentioned. Now, what is interesting is this is the Devil's Notebook. This was written in 1992, and it was the first book that Anton LaVey wrote after 20 years of silence and not writing. And what we're going to see here is something very interesting.
So about this book, real quick, are you saying that this is after his church got commandeered by quote-unquote atheists and all that? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
just want to make sure I'm
here's
following.
Here's the thing. From my studies, from what I've researched, Peter H. Gilmore entered the Church of Satan actively in 1986. Up until that point, the only real big schism that happened after 1975 was that his wife, Diane Hagerty, left the Church of Satan. Well, she left him. They got a divorce. And the day after she moved out of the Black House, Blanche Barton, whom she had hired to replace her, moved in. And Blanche Barton became his final lover and companion all the way up from that point in 1983. That's when that occurred, if I remember correctly, all the way up to his death in 1997. Peter Gilmore didn't show up in the Church of Satan until 1986, according to the literature. And what's really interesting after that is during the Satanic Panic era from 1984 up until 1990, Anton LaVey's daughter, Zena LaVey, was the high priestess of the Church of Satan. And then suddenly in 1990, she turns around and she moves out of the Black House. She leaves the Church of Satan. She goes over to the Temple of Set with Michael Aquino. And one of the things that she said was that Anton LaVey had suddenly adopted atheism at that point, that he had become very atheistic in his point of view. How is it, in my opinion, this is only supposition, this is only my supposition at this point, that when did this occur? And why is this suddenly happening after Peter Gilmore joins the Church of Satan? That suddenly in 1988, there's an article that came out in a magazine where Anton LaVey supposedly tells a waiter, an ornery waiter who's giving him a hard time, mind you, that he said, quote, "Look at me, I am practically an atheist." And that is the only time that Anton LaVey is said to have referred to himself as an atheist. I'm going to make a point right there really quickly that I've spoken to the author of that article, and he flat out said that after he wrote that, he had to recant that particular section because Anton LaVey never made that meeting in the restaurant. So that was all made up. But it's really interesting that Gilmore shows up in the Church of Satan. Within 2 years, supposedly Anton LaVey tells a waiter that he was an atheist. And then within another 2 years, his daughter leaves the Church of Satan, who was the high priestess. She was heading the church during the Satanic Panic era, which was a very hard time. And she turns around and says that her dad's suddenly taking on atheism as his philosophy, that his philosophy is changing to atheism, and she doesn't agree with it. I find that very interesting of that timeline right there.
Do you believe it?
No, I don't. Well, we know that Zena left. She accused her father of taking on a philosophy, and then said that he wouldn't have lasted this long if he was actually an atheist. He would have never done this for this long. This was 1990 when she left. 1992 was when this book came out. Now, what's going to be very interesting is I'm going to show, before I show this book, we can see here, he makes 3 references to atheism in this book, and we will come back to this. I'm going to show his final book, which came out the year after he died. And what's interesting as we do this again, and nothing. So only in 2 out of 5 books does atheism come up at all. So we're going to come back to here where we know that it actually came up 3 times, and we're going to take a look at it.
Can you try searching for the word God as well?
God? Okay, yeah. Let's go to here, the final book that he wrote about. God, 39 times. Gods, 3 times. Gods with an apostrophe, 2 times. And there's even more, it says. Goddamn, goddess, godhead, godliness. Grand total, 48 matches.
Yeah.
Can you search no God?
Nothing.
Huh.
So you want to hear my theory on what happened?
What's your theory, Brett?
My theory is that the daughters, his children, they basically wanted to get away from this. There seemed like there was a little bit of interest for a while there, but they wanted to change their names. They wanted to completely relocate. They knew they were going to end up being questioned because now they were famous. And it's a lot easier just to tell people, no, he was just an atheist. He didn't believe in anything. It was just all hocus pocus, as opposed to going into a theological, philosophical debate with people based on his writings is a lot more challenging than just brushing people off with atheism.
Yeah. Exactly. And they didn't want any part of that. So you're exactly right. So we're going to go here into the Devil's Notebook, and we're going to find this. So the first reference for the term atheist is atheistic, and it's in the chapter Evangelists versus the New God. And because I'm not going to be like the Church of Satan, I'm going to show people the context. If people want to later on freeze frame this and they can read the whole context, they can. But he mentions it twice out of the entire book. Remember, he's only mentioned it 3 times. And 2 times are on the same page again. To deny TV now would be as atheistic as Ingersoll denying the existence of God. I don't know who Ingersoll is. Maybe Brett, do you know who Ingersoll was?
Not exactly sure, but I need to ask you a favor real quick.
Go ahead.
There's a super popular person on Rumble that has over 100,000 subscribers. They asked me if they could basically raid my chat over on Rumble. It's not going to have any effect on you. Basically, and if they end up subscribing over and over, I could end up with, 90,000 subs by the end of the night. So can we extend this a little bit, if you don't mind? I mean, don't close out early is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
that sounds like a huge opportunity, Brett.
Yeah, we're going to be taking our time with this. We're not going to be, we're not going to be rushing this. That's the whole point. Is we're going to take our time with this, and so everybody can see all the facts. Because by the end of this, I'm going to be showing something very interesting, and I'm going to be showing a pattern. That's what I'm doing here. So yeah, you can tell them to take their time. Go ahead.
I had a question real quick. Have you ever considered debating this guy, like publicly, about all this?
Well, let's put it this way. I met Peter Gilmore one time in person when I was 17, and I spent less than 5 minutes in the man's company. And I will tell you what, I was crawling the walls to get away from him. I did not want to be in his company at all back then. Now, as a 42-year-old man, if Peter Gilmore ever wanted to get into a debate with me on this, and I was allowed to show the evidence that I'm bringing out today, then sure. I actually invited an individual onto the show tonight. He has not shown up, who lives less than 20 minutes from Peter H. Gilmore. And just the other, like a month or two ago, ran into him in a public event. And it was pretty funny. This man is named Tom Naposnik, or as we all like to call him, Dr. Tom Blackwood, or Dr. Tom, Grand Magister Blackwood. Years ago, he was sort of a pariah in the satanic community. But now, he's come back, and he's a friend of mine. He's actually been here at my house, and he makes a lot of good points. He studies more of a Sumerian, Babylonian type of Satanism, and he's very much so into Mesopotamian culture and everything. And he ran into Peter H. Gilmore a couple months ago, and he sent him packing. Now, I forget exactly what all was said. There was a brief communication between them, and then Peter Gilmore made the excuse that he had to go find his wife and went running away, and Tom didn't see him the rest of the night.
Okay, so the Ingersoll guy you mentioned, I just looked him up, and apparently he was involved with the Wisdom of the Great Satan Speaks, something having to do with God in America, PBS, and the Great Satan Speaks in the Evening with Robert Ingersoll. That's what I got on that. And the second thing is, what was I going to throw out there? Oh, my brain's oatmeal. Oh yeah, now I remember. I don't think Daniel knows this, even though Daniel uses Twitter a lot. He may not have noticed this happen. TTOR witnessed it, but you and we ended up getting into a big kind of debacle with the Church of Satan and stuff.
Yeah. Church of Satan. They don't like me. I've got a bunch of trolls that are, Church of Satan representatives, and that's actually what spawned all of this all of this now is I noticed Brett was trying to communicate with the Church of Satan, and I said, hey, they're not going to give you a polite answer. They're not going to give you the time of day. So, I'll happily talk to you. And we started talking. Now I would like to say we're friends. Wouldn't you say we're friends, Brett?
I would say so. You're a good man. When I was over there talking to these folks, I was trying to invite them, Daniel, to come talk to me and chat and, share with me their views and ideas. Well, while this was going on, they were attacking him because he actually believes in a real devil. And I basically told him, I said, it sounds kind of dumb. Why are atheists hijacking Satanism and all this? Because for me, it comes off unusual because atheists claim to be these morally superior people and they don't need the Bible or God or any kind of entity, but they're using Satan as a prop. So I got on to them and gave them some snarky comments. And unfortunately, they had, well, let's just put it this way. They didn't have the balls to actually come in and have an open discussion. Now, this guy here, he's like, hey, man, I'm over here. I'll talk to you. I'm like, oh, all right. So rocking.
That's really awesome. And, atheists have also hijacked agnosticism. I'm just saying. That happened about 30 years ago. So they kind of do this sometimes. Now, there are some atheists that actually say God doesn't exist, but I'd say at least 90% are technically agnostics, or they portray themselves as agnostics, but really they don't believe in God. So yeah, they kind of do that kind of stuff sometimes. It's really disingenuous.
It really is. It really is completely disingenuous. And I can't say I blame anybody for not having a civil conversation with them, because anymore, there are some polite atheists. I'm not going to say that this is all atheists, but anymore, we see atheists just go into attack mode almost instantly. And when they cannot logically debate with a person, they start putting people down. It's like when we saw that once that prank guy was in there, he was starting to make some very offhanded comments and remarks. He was trying to goad us into an argument with him, and I don't know whether he actually wanted to get into an argument with us or not, but it definitely came off and seeming that way. I don't know if that was your perception of that or not.
I 100% think he was looking for an argument there.
Yeah.
If he wasn't, then he's not a people person at all.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to go ahead and get back to this now. But no, that was a very interesting little conversation or topic there.
Well, by the way, things are blowing up on the outside of Rumble. It is. I don't know if the numbers and the viewers are showing on your end, but on Rumble, it's massive. Oof.
Oh, and
you're the one who's running the Rumble end, because I haven't been able to fully connect my Rumble channel. So I'm going to shamelessly plug my Rumble channel really quickly here. I hope you don't mind, Brett. Now I'm hijacking your Rumble.
Of course.
For those people watching Brett this show on Brett Keen's channel on Rumble and YouTube, I also have a YouTube channel, but I've also got a Rumble channel, and I could really use the subscribers there so I can live stream directly to Rumble as well. So if you could show me a little bit of love, go on over, look me up on Rumble. You can actually find me over there. It's LeGivorden, and I'm going to give you my main header here so people can see how to spell my name. It's LeGivorden, and yeah, you just look me up on Rumble, give me some subscribers, get me over 5 subscribers so I can go ahead and set up live streams on Rumble. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to say real quick too, if you ever do end up doing this debate, and I'm not trying to goad you into one or anything, but I would just find it super interesting, and I would definitely throw my hat in to be the moderator. So just throwing that out there.
Cool. I would definitely appreciate that. All right, so let's get back into this. So we've already identified the Ingersoll denying the existence of God. This is the first time that he mentions atheistic or atheism in any context within the Devil's Notebook. Moving on to the second one is right here on the same page, just a few lines down. This is very interesting because out of all the books, out of all the references, this is the only one in the mainline series of books that Anton LaVey wrote that actually directly involves Satanism with atheism. And what it says is very interesting. And what it says is, hang on here, I'm going to highlight this so people can see it. Oh, no. It has never been enough for us to be atheistic. We have learned how to smash religious ignorance by beating them at their own game, using the Christians' own manufactured fears to destroy them. But that's right there, that comment right there. It has never been enough for us to be atheistic. Brett, what do you take from that comment?
Can you read it one more time to me? Because I got bad eyes.
Okay. It has never been enough for us to be atheistic. We have learned how to smash religious ignorance by beating them at their own game, using the Christians' own manufactured fears to destroy them.
Well, he's basically, I suppose he's, he feels as though he's doing the opposite of Christianity, even the sins and the tenets and all that kind of stuff.
But really quickly, that term, it has never been enough for us to be atheistic. What do you take from that?
Well, atheist by classic definition is one who lacks a belief in deities. It doesn't look like he's claiming to be atheist, but just never enough to be that.
Exactly. Basically, it's, you can't just be an atheist. Daniel, currently us three are the only ones here, I guess. What's your take on that?
My thoughts, I mean, yeah, it sounds like they were never atheists. He's saying that it's never been enough to be just a atheist. Like
that being an atheist is just too easy.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I don't think he's saying that they were ever atheists. He's suggesting the opposite, that it's never been enough to just be an atheist. So they haven't been just atheists. They've been something else. So
now,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to go on the record here and say in Occult Explosion 1970, this is an audio interview, and you can actually look this up on YouTube. Unfortunately, I actually meant to grab this to show everybody, but I did not. Anton LaVey flat out says in that they don't believe in an anthropomorphic Satan, which makes sense. I mean, a deity is not really an anthropomorphic being. We just simply anthropomorphize them so we can understand them better. But he also says that there are other members of the Church of Satan that do believe, that would like to believe in Satan being anthropomorphic, but they don't discourage them from that belief. Which, I personally take that, me being, theistic, excuse me, I personally take that as saying that that's not saying that Satan isn't real. That's not saying that they don't believe in Satan. They just encourage their members to have that outlook on Satan so that they personally can connect with him. Would that be I know I'm paraphrasing that, but would that be a fair assessment even with Christianity?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know if Daniel's going to agree with me on this, but if you try to bring God down to human thinking, I mean, God says repeatedly, biblically, and I don't want to evangelize, but his ways are not our ways. His ways are mysterious. He does what he's going to do, and he's got his will. So if you anthropomorphize him, try to make it to where he's on the same level with you morally and all these kind of things, you're going to find yourself, in
conflict with it.
Yes.
Yeah. Daniel?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think he's saying that they don't believe in an actual Satan here. That's not what I'm getting anyway. I mean, you believe that Satan is actually a real being. I know you talked about the Demogorgon, right? But
Demiurge.
Demiurge? I thought you said Demogorgon.
No, it's demiurge, which is we call him Yaldabaoth.
No, I mean like when something is an idea and then it kind of becomes real. Didn't you say that's called a demigorgon?
Oh, an egregore. An egregore.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's an egregore or a tulpa. They're living thought forms. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you think that Satan is more real than that, though, don't you?
He influences my life. I can't deny that. He influences many other people's lives. And there over 1/3 of the human population believes that Satan is real in some fashion or form, and therefore he can manipulate their lives. So yes, he is very much so real. Whether or not he is a human creation, that is something for a totally different debate.
Yeah.
Yes, in Satanism, we feel that we as humans are with our own creativity and intellect created our gods and gave them life. But to us, that does not destroy or take away any element of their reality to us.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's kind of what he's saying, if I'm understanding him correctly, is he's saying whether you believe that Satan is an egregore or you believe that he's a real, actual thing that's independent of human minds. Either way, you're a Satanist, and that's fine, is what I'm understanding he's saying.
Yeah, and I'm going to point out one more fact here for everybody, and this is so everybody can understand this, is that Anton LaVey wasn't like some college graduate. No, he was a carny. He was a showman. He was a person who worked in carnivals and circuses and whatnot. His education, as educated as he was self-taught. He did not have all the terminology or language of an encyclopedia. He had to teach himself how to write. He had to teach himself all of the facts over a period of years. And so when we read his literature, when we read his writing, we are looking at him trying to describe something to the best of his ability. He did not have terms like egregore, transmutable entity, or any of these other terms that we may have an understanding of now. He was trying to describe something in the best way that he could in his time. And sometimes that took a very long walk around way of doing so. I want people to remember that when people read his literature or any other author's literature. Think about what sort of language they may or may not have known about, and think about the language that you understand. So here in our times, we understand the terms like egregore, tulpa, transmutable entity, and a whole bunch of other different things. He did not. So he was working with what he had.
I think it's good that he brought up anthropomorphic, though. Daniel, some other examples of anthropomorphic and how it can be offensive to theology is atheists do it all the time. They represent God as an old man on the clouds or a sky daddy. This is dehumanizing or bringing God down to some kind of level to mock or blasphemy and all this. So,
well, it's humanizing him, and you really can't doing that if you want to understand an actual deity. Most people definitely don't understand what a deity is, and I actually wrote about this. Hang on, in the Cloven Hoof, 5th issue. I actually write about transmutable entities, and there's an article. I can't show that picture on here because it's a very naughty picture, but there's an article here that I have that talks about anthropomorphic and transmutable entities. And when we talk about anthropomorphizing something like a deity, it would be something like how we can anthropomorphize animals, like say a duck to create Donald Duck, or in this case Scrooge McDuck. That's anthropomorphizing. It's making them more human so we can understand or kind of connect to it. It doesn't mean that they're not there doesn't mean that they're not real. It's just we don't try to do that. We understand that when we do that, that is creating a fiction so we can understand the actual concept.
I'd like to ask you something that is based upon the topic we have been talking about, so we will continue on the subject. But one thing I have read is Anton seemed to have a very negative outlook on humans. It's like he became wary of them. They annoyed him.
Oh my God, he really did. He really had a lot of bad experiences with humans. He was an organist for a carnival. He was a calliope player, and he was an organist. And he would play the organ every Sunday night at the tent revivals. And he would see men coming in all the time to praise God and profess their sins and, be cleansed and whatnot. And then a few days later, he would be at the Carnival Row, and he would see the same individuals with like a woman that was not their wife. He would see the same individuals at the Can Girls tent, throwing dollar bills up, woohooing, the naughty burlesque and whatnot, and all sorts of things. He would he developed a very cynical outlook on humanity in general and people in general. They definitely he got very cynical about it. And he was also, for a time, he worked for the San Francisco Police Department as a crime scene photographer, probably one of the first ones of the time. And they denied that he ever worked for them, yet he could produce pictures that he had taken of crime scene photos and whatnot. And the San Francisco Police Department to this day will deny that he ever worked for them. And so he developed a very cynical outlook on things. And as he got older, he definitely retreated more and more and more into his home, into his own personal world, his own personal bubble of a world.
So you think it was from his experiences, like, for instance, if he's taking photographs of dead bodies and all that, he's seeing that, and then he's seeing what he perceives to be hypocrisy all the time while he's doing his thing. Do you think this is the motivation that led him to the psychological break?
It could definitely be a factor there. Yeah, it definitely could have been a factor. I would say that as time went on, he suffered so many people stabbing him in the back and walking away from him and opening up their own organizations. He himself would have had plenty of motivation to become bitter to the entire world in general. But instead of being bitter outwardly, he just more retreated inwardly and allowed around himself for his own personal sanity and his own personal mental health. He allowed only a small cadre of people to be around him where he could enjoy life to its fullest.
Don't you find something interesting? I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but he seemed to have a great deal of love and respect for animals. But eventually, from some of the writings that I looked at, he started bringing humans down to animal level in some of his...
that's one of the fundamental ground basis. That was right from the word go. When you look in the satanic statements, the 9 satanic statements, it flat out says that humans are, just an animal. We are a human animal, but we are the most vicious of the animals in the animal kingdom. And we're the most vicious because of our intellectual prowess and our spiritual beliefs. Certainly you see other animals out there creating their own homes and whatnot, but no other animal in the world will completely and totally and so complete and utterly transform their natural environment to suit themselves. You don't see gophers or prairie dogs or whatnot or anything like that tearing down trees and, harvesting the lumber and creating these elaborate homes with multiple rooms and doorways and televisions. No, you don't see that very often. You see bees, you see ants, you see the occasional beaver create their own homes like that. But even then, it's still very rudimentary. They don't have electricity. They won't harness things that the rest of the animal kingdom or humans can harness. I would suspect that to my dog, some of the things that we do as humans seems almost like sorcery, even though just flipping on a light can be like flipping a switch or hitting a button on a remote.
The only thing I can imagine why these other groups of Satanists, especially Church of Satan, treat you like they do, it always tends to be when people treat each other like that, it usually comes down to money and ego. That's
I would say it has to deal with ego. We Satanists are supposed to have a very healthy ego. But all right.
Not if you're harming potential friends or...
it does definitely get in a lot of people's way. It's really ridiculous. Now, I'm going to say I've met some really wonderful Satanists out there. A few of them were, I invited onto this show. And, well, because of our little left-winger who came on who caused problems there, I'm sort of glad they didn't. But because I can only imagine the explosion that would have happened then. But, these are really nice people. They're really good people. I've met Sharon Lay. She is a sweet, sweet woman. I've met other individuals such as Eric Freeman, who owns House of Wills up in Akron, Ohio, and his wonderful counterpart, his wonderful girl. I don't know if they're girlfriend, fiance, or whatnot, but I met them both, and they're wonderful people. I've met Winter Lake, Tom Blackwood, and several others, and they're all really good people, and almost every single one of them are very much so theistic Satanists or theistic left-hand occultists. And every time I encounter a theist, it doesn't matter if in the long run we don't get along or not, at least we can have a polite conversation. Whenever I encounter an atheistic Satanist or someone who claims to be an atheist, it very quickly turns aggressive and violent in language. It turns very negative, and it definitely leaves a very sour taste in my mouth.
I kind of had the same thing going. I can get along with pagans. I can get along with people who claim to be warlocks, witches. And I've gotten along with any theistic Satanist I've ever ran into on my shows. But I just cannot, for some reason, there's no way to... I guess Daniel, he's got the way to do it. He's got buddies, but I cannot connect with atheists.
Well, I mean, I've met some good atheists. I'm not going to slam on all atheists. There are some good ones that, they'll respect your beliefs and be like, oh, well, if that's how you want to be and that's how you want to think, go ahead. And then we just try not to talk about religion.
I do have some atheist friends that I talk to just about every day that are in my DMs. I've done spaces with them, and they're super productive, the spaces that I do with them. And I call them like A or B tier atheists. I have a whole tier list that I create.
That's cool.
Yeah. If you're on Twitter, I can send it to you. It's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. I'm on a number of platforms. I'm on Twitter, True Social, Facebook. Facebook, I'm very picky, but so if you message me on Facebook and want to be on my friends list, because we've talked, I'll let you. But just remind me who you are.
Okay.
I'm very picky because I'm trying to I have a bunch of people on my friends list, and I'm going to be slowly clearing them out. I haven't spoken to them; they're just sort of taking up space. But so I want to just keep like friends, family, people who I communicate with on my friends list there. I don't have a need for all them people now.
To be fair, though, Daniel, I have had a handful of friends that were atheists, but they either ended up becoming theists. One guy ended up becoming a Buddhist whenever he was a hardcore atheist nihilist. You ever dealt with a nihilist before? They're fun. Oh,
I think every atheist should be a nihilist. It kind of bothers me that they're not, because I don't think that in their worldview they have any justification for believing that their lives have meaning or any of that stuff. So,
well, I find there is one religion that you could sort of call it nihilistic, but in my opinion, it's a lot more fun than nihilism, and it's a branch of Satanism, actually. And I actually run the organization that heads it up, and it's called Cthulhianism, and we're also called the official cult of Cthulhu. So if you want to talk about giant squid monsters coming to destroy the planet and sort of learn about impersonal deities, there you go. It's kind of fun. Get into a whole bunch of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, I would love to learn more about that at some point. You know, there are so many things that I would love to pick your brain about. You have to know how much I'm holding my tongue during all this.
I know, because, well, we've been going on for over 3 hours now, and, you know, there is still a lot of ground to cover, and I do want to get to it in this here, because what I've got to show is going to blow people's mind. And so we're coming to the point where I'm about to make the change over into the introductions and then showing the big nuclear bomb. So let's go ahead and let's continue on with this, and let's just try to keep this moving, because I don't want to go too far over 3 hours. I definitely don't want to go beyond 4 hours. Because I'm getting hungry and dinner's sitting on the stove.
I'll make sure in the future, whenever we're ready to do an open discussion type of thing, I'll let Daniel know. Sound good, Daniel?
Yeah, that sounds definitely good to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do a space with you, but, you know, whatever. I definitely love talking.
We can definitely work on that. All right, so getting back to this. This is the third and final time in The Devil's Notebook that Anton LaVey talks about atheism. All right. So, and this is literally the final time out of 5 books that he ever mentions it. The final time out of 5 books that he ever mentions it. Let's think about that for a second, people. It took over 20 years for him to mention atheism in his mainline book series 5 times. That's sort of saying something. So the context in which this is the consumer society in which we now live is an extension of the society once governed by religion for many centuries. Instead of obeying the Holy Bible, right or wrong, TV advertising now instructs what to buy and what not to buy. Atheism wasn't tolerated when scriptural dictates were in fashion and accepted as the word. Now, thanks to satanic infiltration, it's safe to say, I don't believe in God. But modern heresy, not conforming to a television lifestyle, not accepting television truths, I wish you kind of put that in parentheses personally, is liable to be punished with as much righteous enthusiasm as ever. Now, right here, we're not seeing that he's saying that Satanism is atheism. Literally, he's saying that because of Satanism coming about, atheism became more acceptable. Am I correct?
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. That you know, because of Satanism coming about, people wanted to choose the lesser of 2 evils. It was literally like Christ, Pontius Pilate looking at the Pharisees and being like, listen, we got this poor guy here. He doesn't really hurt anybody, but you guys want us to crucify him, so we're going to give you the choice. You can choose to set him free, or choose to set this guy free who's a murderer, a rapist, a thief, and everything else who we want to kill. Which one do you want set free? And then them saying, oh, set free the murderer. Doesn't make any sense. But this right here, it says, it's talking about, I think it's pretty clear what it's talking about. Because of satanic infiltration, it's now safe. I was trying to make a comparison there, but then I lost track of myself.
It's all good. So even if we did manage to get into a debate with these folks later on, and somehow they pulled something out of a rabbit's hat where they get him saying something about him being an atheist later. I mean, still the point is solid. When he started it, when he founded it, when he came up with it, he would have still been theistic. So
yeah, very much. Very much. So this is literally the last time that he mentions atheism in the mainline book series, and which is like the core fundamental text of Satanism. You know, you got to think about this, that when you're talking about a religious text, you're not really going to look into magazine articles. You know, people, magazine articles can fade into the sidescape. You're not really going to be talking, unless it's a magazine that he himself is producing, and that could be sort of considered scripture. So like the Cloven Hoof or whatnot, that could be considered direct scripture. But like Time magazine or music magazines or secondary things where he showed up in, interviews that he did publicly, that's not going to be considered totally canon scripture. Am I correct? So, I mean, like if the Archbishop of St. Mary's Church comes along and starts telling on the news about his personal beliefs, does that become canon scripture to the Catholic Church?
I don't think so, but don't ask me to vouch for the Catholics.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't become canon scripture, but, like say if the Pope came on, it really still wouldn't be considered canon scripture because popes come and go. The same thing. I mean, he was the guy who founded the religion, but he's dead now for over 20 years. They come and go. Same effect. I know I'm sounding very harsh there, but that's the basic concept.
I definitely don't endorse the Pope myself. I think he's pretty far gone. At least this one is.
Well, I grew up in the era of Pope John Paul II, for the longest time. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move on into the introductions. Now, there has been 4 different introductions to the Satanic Bible over the course of its existence since its publication in 1969. And 4 different introductions. 2 of them by the same individual, and I will go into the reason why that is here in a moment. When we go into the introductions, we pull up the same search. Still showing up nothing. Just give it the best chance possible. It shows up nothing. This is the first introduction. This is the original introduction by Burton Wolfe for the Satanic Bible. This is the first one that there ever was. The second introduction was written by Michael Aquino. This was for the hardcover edition of the Satanic Bible, and it came a few years later. And so if we do the same thing, again, nothing coming up, give it the best chance possible, it does not turn up. And then the third introduction, which is after the 1975 schism between Michael Aquino and Anton LaVey. Michael Aquino left the Church of Satan. Anton LaVey wanted to replace Aquino's introduction in the Satanic Bible again, just because he didn't want anything further to do with him. He contacted Burton Wolfe again and had him write up a totally new introduction. So going back to the original introduction author, and Burton Wolfe certainly did so.
I have a question for you. Does who's got the rights to Anton's books now, and do they have the ability to edit things that they wanted to?
I'm going to be getting into that here in a little bit. I'm definitely going to be getting into that. Currently, the current rights holder on record that you can look up is Peter H. Gilmore, but he cites that his reason for holding the rights is this right here because of his introduction. So really quickly, Daniel, what's your question?
Oh, I didn't have a question. I was saying it sounded like Brett asked a very valid question.
Okay. Yeah, the the rights to the Satanic Bible actually was given to the children of Anton LaVey in the court case that followed after his death. There was a court battle between Carla LaVey and Blanche Barton, in which Blanche Barton produced a handwritten letter, supposedly a will, stating that Anton had left her everything, along with Xerxes everything, and nixed out Carla or Xena. This will was thrown out of court, but the end result of the entire court proceedings was that Blanche Barton was awarded the actual organization, Church Satan Inc. Corporation Soul. That organization was given to her, but the children of Anton LaVey, which included Carla LaVey, his eldest daughter, Xena LaVey, who was his middle daughter, who left in 1990, and his youngest son, Stanton, Xerxes Carnacki LaVey, they were all awarded the copyrights, the physical properties, pretty much the rest of the estate was given to them. Now, the problem here is that we find that Blanche Barton, because Xerxes was still just a toddler at this time, he was the youngest child. He was born, I believe, 1994, just a few years before Anton died. He couldn't manage his portion of the estate at all. So all of that power went to Blanche Barton. Now, after Anton's death, Blanche Barton would have been the one to give Gilmore and Peggy Nadramia all the powers that they did and the permissions. As the story goes by the Church of Satan, HarperCollins Press approached Peter Gilmore in 1994 or 1995, that when he was the new high priest of the Church of Satan, to write what you see on the screen before you now. The problem with that is, the problem that I have with this is as a publisher myself, as an author and as a publisher, Brett, I can assume you know this as well from copyright law. The publishing agency, HarperCollins Press, would not have had the authority to approach Peter Gilmore to write this, because they would not have had the authority on their own to alter, change, or edit Anton LaVey's books due to copyrights. Am I correct?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. Which means the only way an edit can happen to a book at all, when it's not by the original author, it has to come from the original author or the estate of the original author. That means one of the people who own the copyrights to the book, in this case, it would have been Carla, Xena, or Xerxes, or because Xerxes was still a juvenile at this point in time, he would have been barely 10 years old. As you can see, 2005, he was born in 1994. He would have been barely 10 years old here. So he would not have had control over the state. His mother, Blanche Barton, would have had control over this and would have been the one to give permission for this. That would be the truth of the matter. Am I correct, Brett?
It sounds about right. And didn't Blanche end up writing some books further on down the road?
Yes, she's written several books, including The Secret Life of a Satanist, and she's recently published a couple new books. So all of this would have been well known. But to the layperson who doesn't know anything about publishing, the story that they approached Peter Gilmore would make perfect sense to them. They wouldn't know any different. So Here's the fun thing. This is where I start getting into things. One of the purposes of an introduction, Brett, can you tell me the purpose of an introduction to a book?
Usually to kind of like well, for me at least, it's like a small biography, explains a little bit where I come from, my inspirations, influences, all that. And
would you say it's logical to say that the introduction helps guide the reader into a certain mind frame?
It depends. Different writers use the introduction as different things. I usually use it for more of a summary of myself.
Okay. All right. But if you were like say you were to write something for a book, would you say it's sort of there to help guide that person into a mind frame, into accepting what the book says?
Yeah, people would most likely, especially in the concept of Anton, he would probably want people to understand his theological views and then work from there and build a foundation.
Yeah, it puts people in a specific mind frame. So we saw from the previous 3 introductions that the term atheism never shows up. Am I correct?
That is correct. There's nowhere that would be something that would be mentioned in summaries or even introductions. It would be important for the person to understand where the state of mind is when the person's explaining and building forward.
So would it be safe to assume that if suddenly out of 3 previous introductions for the 4th introduction to suddenly change tact and start changing verbiage, that could feasibly change future readers into a new sense of mind, a new way of looking at the book?
Well, just to give a real simple example, if Daniel decided tomorrow he wanted to write a book and he's at his introduction summary, he's probably going to point out some of the important things and foundations about his life, Christianity to get mentioned. Same with you. You write books. So you're going to give people a framework of your personality, who you are, and what your state of mind is. Then you move forward.
Yes, and I've actually had guest authors actually write guest introductions for my book, The Satanic Testament. I wrote my original introduction literally to help navigate people into what I was trying to say. And, I was really fortunate that I have 2 other guest authors. When the later editions of the book came along, they came in, they were so moved by my 2nd edition and 3rd edition that they added to it in a really wonderful way.
You know what would be a really good idea right now? If you put yourself bigger on the screen so you could show your book off to the wonderful.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So give me 1 second here. So really quickly, people, go ahead, and this is my book. It'll stop being blurry. Okay, so it's the Satanic Testament. Let's go ahead and flip this around so people can actually read the cover. It's the Satanic Testament, and you can buy this over on Amazon.com. It's the $30 one that you want to get. This is actually published with my publishing company, Black Flame Press, which we created so we can actually lower the price. We were originally publishing through Lulu, and it was over $60 at the 3rd edition. We were like, oh no, that's getting a little too high price. And so we started up our own publishing company to drop the price down. And this is the book, and you can get it on Amazon.com. And we will be working to get it into bookshelves, into bookstores here soon too. So go buy my book. Shameless plug.
There you go. You might want to later on take a picture of you holding it up without the blur. That way you can just shoot that up on the screen.
Well, that's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. Yeah. So, but all right. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to get back to this. This is where people will find it very interesting. So we are here in Peter Gilmore's opening to the Satanic Bible, and we just saw that in nowhere in any of the previous introductions was atheism ever mentioned. Can people see how many times it's dropped here in his introduction?
Unfortunately, I'm blind as a Batman. I rely on you and Daniel to be my eyes.
It says we have 4 matches. He drops it into this 4 times. It's really freaking yeah, it's really fucking funny. You can to see, and I'm going to click back into that.
Yeah, it does really seem like you would expect if he were to be an atheist, he would spend more time on those type of topics. Not so much.
He says it right in the very first paragraph. I was an avowed atheist, right there.
He says, I was
an avowed atheist at the age of 13 when I was an avowed atheist.
Well, there you go. That's past tense right there, guy.
Yep. And he says it right here. I knew that he uses atheist again. I knew that atheist was no longer sufficient as a designation for myself. What? And here's the thing. I'm going to be showing this later here very shortly, actually. He still refers to himself as an atheist. So right here, this whole past tense that he was no longer sufficient is complete garbage. And so if we move on to the next one, here's one. He's flat out saying Satanism is for atheists. The philosophy presented in it, being the Satanic Bible, is an integrated whole, not a smorgasbord from which one can pick and choose. It is meant only for a select few who are Epicurean, pragmatic, worldly, atheistic, fiercely individualistic, and mere materialistic, rational, darkly poetic. And here's where the final one. It's actually in the same thing, the same paragraph. There may be fellow travelers, atheists, misanthropes, humanists, free thinkers, who only partially reflect themselves, who see only a partial reflection of themselves in this showstone.
Right.
So,
but the line that said above, he said it just simply wasn't sufficient enough. And why isn't it sufficient? Because he believed in the supernatural and black magic. He couldn't fit in the pigeonhole of atheism because of all those magic.
Well, no, this is him referring to himself. This is Peter Gilmore talking about himself.
Oh,
not Anton LaVey. In those original contexts, he's referring to himself. I knew that what it says is I knew that atheist was no longer a sufficient designation for myself. That's what he was identifying himself as an atheist. Not Anton LaVey. He doesn't identify Anton LaVey as an atheist. That's not in this moment. He doesn't identify Anton LaVey. He identifies the philosophy of Satanism as atheism.
Yeah. You know, I can kind of see, and wouldn't mind hearing Daniel's opinion on this as well. I could see why a lot of atheists might be attracted towards Satanism, not just because of the Satanist thing, but atheists, one of their most major problems outside their position is they don't do well in community. They don't have like a community or a setup where they can hang out together, as where you guys established that. You guys got your own thing going.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Well, I think that atheism and Satanism are very similar, because really, what did Satan say in the garden? He said, "You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil, and you shall not die." And that's really what atheists are all about. Is they decide what is right and wrong. You know, they're all a bunch of subjective moralists, so they get to decide what is right and wrong. And they're all really interested in science because they think that that's the key to eternal life. So they're trying to not die, you know. And
well, I'm really quickly, Daniel, I'm going to disagree with what was said in the garden. right there. There's really no comparison between atheists and Satanists because, as you said, you shall know, or what was the quote again? Go ahead and say that again.
You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Well, first he said, you shall not die, because she said, if we eat the fruit, then we'll die. And he said, no, you shall not die. You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So there's 3 temptations. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is we believe that God told the first lie, that he told Adam, for within that day, you shall surely die. He was telling Adam that the moment he eats of these fruits, that he's going to physically die, which didn't happen. The way we look at it is, Satan, the serpent, which, by the way, really quickly, it wasn't identified till much later in different books that the serpent in the garden was supposedly Satan. That up until then, in the book of Genesis, the serpent was just a serpent. It was just a snake. And we can actually see afterwards that God curses it to slither on its belly for all of its life, eating dirt. So it was just supposed to be originally an animal. But what we see here is that he says, you will have an understanding of what good and evil is. You will be able to tell the difference.
Right. When you hear, you said that you take it as, I don't want to get you too far off topic, that you said, because it said this day you shall surely die. Now, I know that you've educated yourself in Christianity and you've read it, and probably a lot smarter than some of the fiends I've ran into, but you do realize that, at least biblically, it teaches that there's 2 forms of death, right?
Well, yeah, I do know that, but also I know that it's very difficult to point out where it teaches that in the Bible, because it doesn't really. It just states that you can die. Well, and in this particular instance, we got to remember the book of Genesis is the first book within the entire scriptural Bible. So this is your first introduction to the whole setup. And nowhere in this first moments does it say that there is a difference between physical death and spiritual death. It doesn't identify that. Now, I'm going to go on record here and say I understand that the Holy Bible, the Christian Bible, was originally translated through 3 different languages just to get to Latin in order to be translated further into English as well as other Latin-based languages. And in doing so, there is a lot of context that is lost. We go from Aramaic to Hebrew to Greek, then to Latin. There's words in those languages that do not exist in each other, and there's words in those languages that do not exist in the English language. So we lose quite a bit of information. We have to word ourselves very differently in order to understand what is being said. I understand that, but nowhere in the modern context of this portion of the Bible, this early on in the Bible, does it differentiate a spiritual death from a physical death.
All right. Well, we could talk about it later during an open discussion.
Yeah, that would definitely be a good one to go into.
I got a lot of things I can throw, but I don't want to throw you out of your topic matter that you're trying to do here.
All right. So we're going to be going into the last little portion of this. This is where things get really interesting. So what you see here in front of you is Peter H. Gilmore's book, The Satanic Scriptures. This is the book that he wrote. And it's only one book. He's only ever written one book on the subject of Satanism, versus Anton LaVey's 5 books. So let's do our little thing here. Wow. What we see here is 7 mentions. Now, first off, when we go back to his introduction, we see that he drops atheism into the conversation no less than 4 times. That's almost the same amount of times in this one introduction versus all of the books that Anton LaVey, only less by 1. However, in this one book, he mentions it more times than all of Anton LaVey's other mentions put together. How screwed up is that?
Well, how is he mentioning it? I mean, is he mentioning it?
We're about to get into that. We're definitely about to go ahead and get into that. So we're going to go into the first one. The first one is a mention of atheists, and he's talking about Dmitry Shostak. I can't even pronounce his name. He's a Russian. He's a Russian music composer who was an atheist. All right. Really has nothing to do with Satanism right there. However, we get into here, Rebels Without a Cause, and he starts talking about additionally, the tapestry of Satanism cannot be stretched to promote criminal behavior and mindless hedonism. Well, I'm glad that he's mentioning that here, because that's certainly what the Satanic Temple has done. These ideas are at odds with the logical life celebrating demeanor of the skeptical Epicurean atheism that is our axiomatic philosophy. So right there, he's immediately identifying the philosophy of Satanism as being atheistic. Now, this is where it really gets harsh. Accepting the axiomatic premise that no gods exist as independent supernatural entities means that Satanists are de facto atheists. He's literally calling Satanism atheism right here.
Well, there it is.
You know, that he's literally doing that. Now, what I am pointing out all of this for is when we look back at all of Anton LaVey's other literature, he never once says anything like this. This language never shows up in the Satanic Bible, which is, if anything, the primary book that everybody will read first. It never shows up in the Satanic Rituals, which is the direct companion to the Satanic Bible, nor does it show up in the Satanic Witch.
Well, you know what else, too, and I think this is a totally fair point, is that if Anton had said anything like this, he probably would have quoted it right here.
Yeah. That is a very fair point. That is a very fair point.
Because
so
why wouldn't he?
Yep, right here. This is him change. We are seeing out of his introduction and his book, we're seeing him doing something here. And what we're seeing is literally what Blanche Barton was talking about. An undermining of the philosophy and a rewriting of it. Mind you, these are articles that he started writing when he came into the Church of Satan. He started publishing this stuff in his magazine, The Black Flame. And so this is stuff that was slowly being poison pilled in over a period of years. And then suddenly bomb dropped in this book. We see here another mention of the term atheist. So this is something that people are going to laugh at. I love this one. So to distinguish ourselves from atheists, so suddenly he's walking things back a little bit, who simply reject God as non-existent, we call ourselves atheists, with our own healthy ego at the center of our perspective. Now, what an atheist is, for those who don't understand, it's this whole atheist thing. I remember when this was going on, and it did not fly very far. A lot of Satanists, even in the Church of Satan, rejected this pretty hands down. It's basically saying that we are our own gods at our own center of our universe, which is one of the things that we do sort of see and accept. But yeah, this whole atheist thing did not fly. But this is the next time he mentions atheism.
Well, I've got a question about this guy because I'm looking at some information that goes along with what you're reading. He said Satanism begins with atheism. We begin with the universe and say it's indifferent. There's no God, there's no devil, no one cares. Now, if you don't mind me asking, because I know your views are totally different than him, but if you were to actually argue his position, how would you argue that love even came into existence if love never existed within nothing?
Well, I wouldn't even, first off, we Satanists would not even approach the concept of love. We look at love as one of the as something completely different. We don't deny that love exists, but when we're talking about love in a lot of senses, we start going into the carnal nature of man. We start talking about lust. So first off, I wouldn't even approach the subject of love with him. Second off, my argument would be that Satanism does not start with the universe. It does not start with anything like that. It starts with the person themselves, and them as an individual. And that's where I would lead my conversation from, and my debate with him is that Satanism does not start with the universe like what he supposedly says there. It starts with you as the individual and how you've approached life. So.
Right. And then it would have to be that it starts with something that is sentient, alive, and self-aware, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And if we are supposed to be the gods of our own personal universe, and we see ourselves as our own personal deities, how can we claim that we do not exist?
I don't mean to be Captain Obvious here, but you and I and Daniel, we both know, all three of us know what the definition of a god is. So for someone, a human, to what would be the opposite of anthropomorphize? Deify yourself, right?
Yeah, self-deification.
Isn't that self-deception, though? That's a lie. I mean, it sounds neat. It sounds like it'd look great on a birthday card, but we don't become gods just because we feel like it.
Well, okay. Oh, yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from. And yeah, I have to agree. When I'm looking at it from that perspective, I have to agree with you. But when we Satanists self-deify, we basically say that we take control of our own lives, that nothing, it's like us basically saying we're responsible for our own actions. And nothing happens by accident that we didn't cause ourselves. We're responsible for our own. Really, Cupid?
That's great.
Should I rename you Thumper?
Or, yeah.
Sorry, that was my dog scratching. He's just like, boom, 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 boom.
Wouldn't it be better, though? I mean, wouldn't it made more rational, logical sense if Mr. Gilmore would have said, I'm a human animal and I hold myself responsible and accountable, and don't throw the whole deification bit into it, because then it just starts sounding kooky. You know what I mean?
Well, any religion was going to have its kooky moments. There's a lot of things, even in Satanism, that to the outside perspective is going to sound kooky, crazy, and just be like, what? But the thing is, you get that in Buddhism, you get that in Christianity. I mean, come on. How many times have you been to church and somebody says something completely off the wall and you're just like, what in the world?
Well, I'm
being an atheist for this.
I'm usually the type of person that if I see whether it's a religious person or non-believer do something that's totally blowing my mind, I usually say something to them. I don't go, oh, that religious person over there just said something absolutely insane. Let me go the other direction. No, I feel I always got to say something.
Yeah. Now, anytime I start thinking about kookiness in religion, I start thinking of Ray Stevens' song, The Mississippi Squirrel. Where squirrel starts running up people's pant legs and they start jumping in the aisles and of the church, and one guy's like, something's got a hold on me. Yow! Some people thought he had religion, other people thought he had a demon, that sort of thing. It's just kooky and fun in that sense. So whenever I hear people talking about being kooky, that's what I think of. But going back on topic, yeah, you're right. You can't just start off and dive into the thing to the part where we say that we are our own gods, that we are our own deities in our own lives, because to an outside person, they're not going to understand that. It's not something that they're going to understand. What people would understand better is the part where we say responsibility to the responsible, that we are responsible for our own actions and inactions, that nothing happens in our lives that we don't influence, that we don't cause to happen on some level, some way or some fashion. That would be a much better approach to introducing that concept.
Why should somebody, though? I mean, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Just one more stab at it here.
Okay.
If someone is directly calling themselves an atheist, then why are they even claiming it's valuable or important to be accountable to yourself anyway? What if you want to be a real bastard? What if?
Well, I look at Jeffrey Dahmer. He said that if there's nothing there, spiritually to conduct our morals or help guide our morals, then what the fuck is the purpose of it? Jeffrey Dahmer echoed that statement perfectly, and he went around eating people.
I hear you. Didn't even have the common courtesy to use ketchup and mustard.
I think he probably mistook the blood for ketchup and mustard, but I mean, don't get me wrong. I've literally eaten with cannibals myself. I have eaten long pig. I didn't know what I was eating at the time, and I was only a little kid. There's a long story behind that, and it's a funny story. But I've been there. I've actually eaten human. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I've actually done that as a small child, and this was in Papua New Guinea. Yeah, when people don't have spiritual morality, it's really weird, because you hear so many people say you don't need a religion to have morality, and yet I see so many people who call themselves atheists who have no moral compass. And Jeffrey Dahmer called it out perfectly. It's really weird. It really, really is weird. And here I am. I run the organization that says morality is a lie.
Man, I have a lot to say about this. I've actually gone round and round.
Get him.
Oh, well, we're already going really late, and this is...
Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's bench this topic of conversation for another live stream where we can actually dive into that, because like Daniel said, we are going really long, and I want to wrap this up here very shortly. So we're going to continue forward. Here it is. Here is one of the big ones right here. Do you remember when I said, and I'm going to throw up a ticker really quickly. Right here. In none of Anton LaVey's books, none of them, none of his writings anywhere, no one so forth. We quickly have a person wanting to come in. Wesley, I'm sorry, we're not taking anybody in on the live stream anymore, really, especially people that we don't know. Thank you for wanting to jump in, but I hope you're enjoying it. And nowhere in any of his books, any of his magazine articles, interviews, or anything else, does he ever use the word, I am an atheist. He never uses that sentence. And yet right here on page 214 in Peter Gilmore's Satanic Scriptures, he flat out says, I am an atheist.
Mr. Oh my goodness, the irony of the topic we just had and who came in. I just looked in private chat. This guy here thinks he's the second coming of Christ. It's good you didn't bring him up on the screen, because he would have started throwing fireballs at all of us. It would have been rough. So, Daniel, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
here.
I'm actually looking in the private chat.
Yeah,
I'm here.
This guy has jumped into my room a couple times in the past, and he starts going into it, and he starts talking about.
You are going to get. Oh my God!
I told you.
I'm going to throw this out. I'm going to tell people this. It's free Bugger Buddy. You are going to get $32,523 in Muslim dollars, and are branded with the barcode called Omni, and get a skin disease of gray scabs on your faces, and eat the flesh of children under the oppression of the Chinese invaders. And then you will fall dead in the streets when Jesus says, I do not know you.
Yep.
Wow.
Pretty rough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Security, Wesley Curry needs to go bye-bye. Yeah.
I don't have any comment.
So as we're about to complete things and Jesus will be on his way, according to him, after we get this done, do we want to schedule something for next week, or at least
we can talk about it tomorrow or something? I know my girlie's sitting back here, and she's like staring laser beams in the back of my head, saying, okay, you need to wrap this up.
Let's do it.
All right, so we see here, he flat out said, this is actually buried in the Satanic scriptures. Now, as everybody knows, most Satanic organizations have their own various forms of rules, but it all stems from Anton LaVey's 9 Satanic Statements, 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth, and 9 Satanic Sins. What a lot of people don't realize is that Peter H. Gilmore wrote his own version, and that's what you're looking at here. And he didn't formally name it, but a lot of people call it the Satanic Assertions after this little line right here, where he says, let us list several assertions. And I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to read all the assertions or anything, but what I like to point out right here is right here on the 5th assertion, he flat out says, there are no gods. I am an atheist. And then in a couple assertions later, he says, I am an atheist. Like I said before, that didn't fly very far. So yeah, he says in this book, very hands down, I am an atheist. Yeah. Moving on here. He goes on, talks about atheists. Since we are skeptical atheists, we do not believe in anything supernatural. I'm sorry. If they don't believe in anything supernatural, then how did we end up with them performing curses?
That's right.
We didn't want to naturally, and never would have unless we had really been forced to do it. We put a generalized curse on all those who helped to get rid of Togar, and they've either, a curse will do one.
We perform human sacrifices by proxy, you might say, the destruction of human beings who would, let's say, create an antagonistic situation towards us in the form of curses and hexes.
If they don't believe in if they don't believe in anything supernatural, why are they doing curses and hexes?
Exactly.
That's the thing that people don't seem to get. They want to call themselves atheists and whatnot. They want to say that we do not believe in the supernatural, and the Church of Satan actually have this on their website right now, that there is no occultism in the Church of Satan, that there never was. I'm sorry, go watch Satanas the Devil's Mass. I can't show you those ritual segments here because I will get slapped, because there is nudity, there is boobies, there is all sorts of things going on there. It's just, I know you can actually watch it on YouTube, but I don't want to get slapped in this live stream. on YouTube. So yeah.
I don't want to watch it anyway.
Well, it's actually a really interesting documentary. I think you'd find it very interesting.
Not the boobies and the rituals and all that stuff.
All right, so this is a another. I don't know if it's like the final words in the book, but it's talking about. I believe this is either written by Peggy Nadramia, or Blanche Barton. It's called Nocturne, the Devil Born. And it's talking about Peter Gilmore and giving his life story. And it says when he first declared his atheism, and he says he has a clear memory of officially declaring his atheism on the day of his first Holy Communion at the age of 8. Peter Gilmore has been an official atheist since he was 8 years old. What is he doing in Satanism? Satanism is a religion. If you're in a religion, you're not an atheist.
It seems like he doesn't understand what Satanism is supposed to be.
Exactly.
Or he's just a complete liar.
Exactly.
Something. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That's what I'm showing here. And so we finally come down. All right. So we're back to the beginning. That was literally it. We literally just saw all that. So what we're looking at in all of this is, I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Or cancel. I'm just going to stop sharing. So what we were looking in all of that is literally this part that I have highlighted right in front of you, that there was an undermining attempt to rewrite and apologize for Anton LaVey's philosophy. When we read the Satanic Scriptures, it is completely antithetical to everything that we read in the previous 5 books by Anton LaVey. It is the complete polar opposite. It is literally almost a love letter to atheism. And Blanche Barton called it out right here, where she says that she hints that someone is trying to undermine by rewriting and apologizing for it. What is you guys' take on that? Whichever one wants to go first.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So you're talking about what his daughter Anton said?
Anton's lover, Blanche Barton.
Okay.
That's what this letter is from. And here's the actual letter.
All right.
She wrote a letter on January 23rd, a few months after he died, to a woman named Tanny Jansang. And this is the page in question, and you can actually see her signature on this page. All right?
This is Anton's former lover.
His final lover. Yeah.
Final lover. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The one who had his son.
Okay. And what did she say?
Hang on. And she says, I'll bring it up right here. She's talking about being criticized in the announcement on November 7th, after Anton LaVey passed away. Then she flat out said that he did indeed believe in a devil. And she was criticized by another Church of Satan member named O. Wolf. And so she's going off about that in this letter. And she literally says that, yeah, you're damn right that he actually believed in Satan. And she says, I don't think it should ever be undermined by trying to rewrite or apologize for it. That is very unique wording. Who was trying to undermine or rewrite it?
Oh, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. The same guy that is
exactly. It
everything.
seems to me that she had a foreknowledge of something that was going to happen. I mean, given everything that we just seen, independently of itself would mean nothing. But when we look at that letter and we look at everything else, does it not seem that she had a foreknowledge of a planned attempt to rewrite the philosophy?
Seems pretty likely. I mean, it would be quite a coincidence if that wasn't the case.
Yeah. Brett, your opinion on this?
It seems like she was very irritated with what they were doing, and I mean, it clearly comes out and says he did believe in the devil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And here's one final thing that I'd like to point out to people. The Church of Satan likes to throw a term around that is meant as an insult towards Satanists. They like to call people who are theistic Satanists devil worshippers. And they like to throw this term around as an insult to say that they are separate from devil worshippers, that they're separate from these theistic Satanists, that a devil worshiper, they use the term much in the same way as people might call somebody a Nazi or the other N word. I find it very funny because in Satanist, the Devil's Mass, Anton LaVey has this to say.
We feel that there is no reason why these people shouldn't just flip the coin completely over and simply call themselves what religion has called them for many, many years. Call them devil worshippers, or disciples of evil, or Satanists. Of course, it's very hard for a person to hang an uncomplimentary label on themselves.
So this is a very important thing to point out as a final point of reference before we leave. The Church of Satan has gone out of their way to belittle, attack, and undermine the very philosophy of Anton LaVey and attack anybody who would stand up to defend it. Brett, you've seen that they did that with me. They've done that with you just for even wanting to question them. And the evidence that I've shown here tonight, in my opinion, shows a very clear-cut, deliberate plot to rewrite Satanism. Any final thoughts on that statement right there from you guys?
Well, I've told you repeatedly, I feel as though the atheism hijacked Satanism. And I can't really, I don't know what kind of answer or solution I can give you on this. I mean, it sounds so broken apart in pieces, and plus there's such hostility and infighting. You can't even get these people to the table to have a friendly conversation and just learn to say, we may not agree, but you know, we might have some common ground. Maybe we like the Evil Dead series or something. You know, I don't understand this type of behavior and personality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my thoughts are that this is just something that I've already believed before we even started this. I've always, as long as I've looked into occultism and Anton LaVey and everything, I've always thought that he was a real Satanist from everything that he talked about. I knew that he did actual rituals. I was like, this dude really believes in Satan. He's a Satanist. And, you know, that's why I get so frustrated with atheists when I talk about Satanism, and they're like, oh, Anton LaVey was an atheist and Satanists are really just atheists. And I'm like, maybe some are now because they're a bunch of LARPers, but I just think it's ridiculous. And I mean, this what we've talked about, I've learned a lot here, and I think this just solidifies what I already believed as far as I'm concerned. And it's really unfortunate because it's like, why don't you guys just keep calling yourselves atheists? Why do you keep having to like rebrand and call yourself other stuff that you're not?
Exactly.
You're creating confusion. You know, like if you're an atheist, be an atheist. If you're a Satanist, but you're really an atheist, like why are you just creating confusion? It's so silly.
Exactly. Yeah. Why? My big question, and this is my big question, is like, what is it that atheists are trying to achieve in the long run by invading religions? What is it that they're trying to achieve? I know that they want to do away with religion. I know they don't like people who are religionists. But why? Why not just separate themselves from that? Why not just go out and if they're a moral person, whether they're an atheist or not, and just live a good life, be happy in their life? Why do they need to seek to make other people unhappy by devaluating them?
I mean, I can guess that maybe their worldview is just so empty that they just kind of have to find stuff like this to do to try and fill time and amuse themselves. I mean, that's kind of being pretty uncharitable, but that's I don't know. It's just so silly to me. I won't know until the day of judgment, maybe, but yeah, I think it's very silly, though.
I guess I would say, we watched that video, that documentary where he said, yeah, I believe that there's a God and I believe there's a devil and the devil is the God of this world and all this stuff. He also said he had no hostility towards Christians. Well, that's not what atheists want. And unfortunately, there is another quote that Anton said where I think that atheists come in. He said that Satanism has been the biggest business maker for the churches and Christianity. Well, atheists want to get rid of the concept of God. And if they're a part of a group that actually believes in the devil, then that's promoting the concept of God, even though it's the dark side as some people represent it. So they're going to want to get rid of the devil and God, take out two birds with one stone. And
because you can't have one without the other.
Right.
Exactly. Now that makes perfect sense. I want to say thank you to everybody. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up, and I'm going to say thank you for all of our viewers tonight for joining us in this 4-hour live stream. We've had a very interesting, fun time. We had members of STS on. We had left-wing political activists come on trying to derail our flow of conversation. We've had apparently fundamental Christian wackos trying to get on with us and leaving some fun comments in the comment threads. Yeah.
No, Wesley's not a Christian. He is God, according to him.
Oh, he is God. Okay, okay. That would explain why I don't like him. Here's a question for you guys. If Wesley really is God, are you sure you guys want to stay following him and not just jump over to my side?
I hear you. No, I've given Wesley a chance before. He had his chance to open up his church on my show. It just wasn't working for me.
All right. Well, I want to say thank you guys for joining us, and thank you to all the STS members who came on and have gone to bed now. And I want to say thank you to the people who have been wonderfully leaving comments, to all of our trolls, and to the Church of Satan members who I know are watching because they can't not watch. I want to say thank you all. We've had quite a good turnout on all the different platforms that we're on. Brett, I know you said that we are blowing up on Rumble right now and whatnot, and I want to say thank you for all that. And if you guys want to jump on over to my YouTube channel, I have a link in my YouTube description where you can donate to STS if you want to support us. Again, you can also look up my book online on Amazon.com. It is called The Satanic Testament. We can show that really quickly again, if it will not be blurry.
It's a hex.
It is. So you can go buy my book on Amazon and support us. And if you're interested in the Satanic Thulian Society, you can look into us. So you can find us in, you can find links on Amazon on YouTube that will take you to our website. So thank you all for joining us. And before we leave, I would like to leave people with one final video clip to remind people that Anton LaVey really did believe in a real God, a real Satan, and he was not an atheist.
Hey,
So,
can I say something real quick before we do that?
all right, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, if I send you a follow over at Twitter, maybe you could plug that real quick so I can find it and other people too. Will you follow me back so I can DM you?
Yeah, sure. I'll follow you.
Awesome. I think I know where you're at, but just be on the lookout for that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right. Not a problem. So, yeah. Thank you all for joining us tonight, and you all have a good night.
Well, certainly you're right. The concept of God has given the world much beautiful music, many beautiful works of art, and certainly I feel God exists. But the name for God, of course, is different for many different people.
Thank you all, and have a good night.